All right, we'll get started, and good morning again. Thank you, Dave. Good morning, everyone. This is a meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, and we are holding this meeting today virtually, so we'll do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I am here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Great, and good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Morning, I'm here.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay. We're going to call to order then this meeting on December 22nd. Happy holidays, everyone. We're well into at least one major faith holiday and going into others. So again, happy holidays to everyone. And from this will be, I think, we expect to have one short meeting next week. But otherwise, we'll really begin our cadence of public meetings in the new year. So I am calling to order public meeting number 416, and we'll start with 3 sets of minutes. Good morning, Secretary Hill.
Good morning, Madam Chair. So what I'm going to do, if it's all right with everybody, I'm going to do 2 separate motions because the first 2 meetings, 2 of our members were not on the commission yet, and then I'll do the September 22nd separate, if that's all right with everybody. So with that said, I'll just pull up my notes here. Thank you for your patience. So Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the minutes from the March 3rd, 2022 and March 10, 2022 public meetings that are included in the commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Any edits or questions on that? Had a chance to look at them. Okay. All right. I assume that's no to edits.
No edits. Yeah. Yes, I looked. No edits.
Thank you so much. All right. So Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
And I vote. Oh, Commissioner Skinner.
I abstain, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maynard.
Also abstain.
Okay, and I vote yes. So 3-0 and 2 abstentions. Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the minutes from the September 22, 2022 public meeting that are included in the commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections or typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Thanks. Any questions or edits on this set? All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
I abstain.
That was, I think, on the sports.
Oh,
office.
the September 22nd.
Yeah,
meeting.
September
You
26th.
were quoted,
Aye.
right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aye.
You wish to? Yes, thank you. And that's a fair confusion. We've got a lot of it in front of us. So an aye and I vote yes. So 5-0 on that one. Thank you so much. Okay, then we're going to move ahead to our legal division. If we haven't said it enough to all of you, and that includes, of course, our outside counsel at A&K, we are very, very appreciative of all the work that you're accomplishing on a very fast cadence and with such thoroughness and thoughtfulness. We thank you, and again, wish you a happy holidays, Mina, and to all the team at A&K. And to our legal team, we just want to continue to extend our appreciation and thanks. All right, let's get started.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. You have several regulations in your packet for discussion today. We're going to begin with 205 CMR 147, Uniform Standards of Sports Wagering. This regulation provides the general parameters for wagers that may be offered for by sports wagering operators. I just want to note that particularly with respect to this regulation and 205 CMR 248, which we'll also be discussing, these were a real collaboration among GLI, A&K, and internal stakeholders. So I do just want to thank everyone for their input on these regulations. So 205 CMR 147 includes, among many other things, identifying the sporting events on which operators may offer wagering, implementing the statutory mandate that operators adopt comprehensive house rules for sports wagering, providing a process by which an operator may request that the commission approve wagering on new sporting events or new categories of wagering, and explaining the process by which operators may accept and process wagers. So I'm going to turn it over to Mina Makarios from Anderson and Krieger to walk us through this regulation in more detail.
Thank you, Carrie, and good morning, everyone, and happy holidays to you as well. As Carrie said, this was a collaboration with a lot of input from GLI and their expertise and how other states that have implemented sports wagering have laid out these rules. This is not quite as long as last week's regulation, but it is still a fairly dense regulation in the sense there's a lot going on in about 10 pages. I will walk through some of the highlights. I would just ask the rest of our team, Todd and Carrie, and of course the GLI folks, to stop me if I'm going past something that we had intended to talk about that I missed. But again, these are, as Carrie mentioned, these are the set of rules for permissible wagering in the Commonwealth as proposed. Starting off, this is at pages 31, excuse me, is the first page of this in your packet. And I won't put it up on the screen unless that's preferable for others, Madam Chair. Oh, Madam Chair, you're muted, sorry.
My apologies. There we go. And is everyone able to review the regs at the same time? Okay, you got double screens. Yes, I think that works best. It worked really well the other day, Mina, so thank you. As long as you can keep us on the page, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So starting at page 31, 247.01 lays out in very broad terms the types of wagering that are authorized and tracks 23N. There are certain provisions in 23N regarding what can and can't be wagered on in Massachusetts, which that does differ a little bit state to state. For instance, you'll see sort of in the offset columns here, collegiate or sport or athletic events can only be wagered on with respect to the actual games. You can't wager, for instance, on the outcome of an individual collegiate athlete. That's one example of the rules in here. So that's
Mina, before you get into more detail, just for a point of clarification, my understanding is this sets out the framework for what's authorized. We're not actually voting today to say all of these are authorized in the book. That's my understanding. I just want to get that out on the record.
You stole my next line, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. That's all right. No, that's what happens when you start with number 2 instead of number 1. That's fair. So item 1 here is really it gets at that. So there's a list of what's prohibited, but you're right. This does not actually tell you everything that can happen. The process laid out in 01, and then it shows up again in a few places, which I'll bring up for kind of special cases. Remember that the operators will be providing house rules, they'll be providing providing internal controls, and they'll also be asking for authorization for particular wagers. The way this is currently set up in 247.01 is that you are not voting today on which of these categories are permitted. That will have to happen at a later time, presumably, starting in January. And we, Carrie and Todd and I, we've talked about this quite a bit, that the setup for that could happen in a variety of ways. Could be categorical, all MLB games. I'm just making up a category to make it easy, or particular events. So that helps. And then, of course, the types of wagering in it. What this is intended to do is to give clarity to the public and to operators of what may not be wagered on, because by statute, you couldn't authorize it. And then to the extent that there are some things you might authorize in the future, for instance, virtual sports, there are some parameters, or esports, there are some parameters under which you might be, would authorize or wouldn't. So that takes care of really 01. Again, we could go through the list, but you'll see sort of the things that we talked about. You can't, for instance, it won't be betting on injuries, penalties, player discipline, high school and youth sports, which was covered in the statute. And then again at I, you get the reminder that nothing can be wagered on unless it's been approved by the commission, for any special sporting event.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hill?
Mina, can you just clarify for me? Sometimes I get a little confused. So when I'm looking that you can't put a bet on a horse race, what's the difference between this section and we go and we bet on horse races every day here in Massachusetts? So can you?
Sure. Good question, Commissioner Hill. This is intended to say that you can't, through sports wagering or a sports book, bet on a sports race. It doesn't change the simulcast and horse racing rules that you already implement and regulate through your authority under chapters 128 at C. Right. So this is the intention, and this showed up. This actually came up quite a bit when we were talking about the internal controls in preparation for last week with GLI. A lot of states have married sports wagering and racing in sort of the same umbrella and with the same entities. Massachusetts has not done that. We've had horse racing for so long. So this is really intended to be a clarifier that that a sports book, for instance, or a mobile app can't take over those functions.
So just to be clear,
Mhm.
if I went to, and I'll use a licensee that we gave permission to, let's say I wanted to go to Encore and place a bet on an MLB game, I can't at the same location put a bet on a horse race?
This may be a question for others who know the answer to this. You couldn't unless they already offer betting on horse races, under their existing gaming license or simulcast license. I'm not sure, Todd, if Encore would have that.
I would just add under the Gaming Act, the Category 1 licensees and maybe the Category 2 could have offered simulcasting if they had requested it from the beginning, but nobody has requested to do that. So it's a separate body of law.
It's a separate licensing schema. So basically what this is reiterating here is that this is not trying to overstep anything that's already provided by 128 regarding licensure of horse racing or simulcasting. If you do have an operator, we haven't seen it yet, but if you do have a single operator that does wish to offer horse race, like wagering on horse races, then they would need to get licensed under that schema. But we didn't want to imply that it's included under this direct schema.
So I just want to make sure the people of the Commonwealth understand that. Mike, can I just ask another clarifying question?
Sure.
So in another jurisdiction that may or may not be surrounding us, if I go to place a bet, a physical bet, not in a kiosk, on a sports bet, when I go down to that area, I'm directed to go to right for sports betting. I'm directed to go to left for horse racing. That's because they probably have two different licenses. Is that an accurate statement?
That would be accurate. Or they might have a single person, but two separate systems. So they might log into one, they might log a sports betting wager into one bucket and then log the horse race wager into the other bucket.
So there's a possibility at some point in the future that our Category 1s might come before us for a simulcasting of horse racing license. Is that an accurate statement? But they don't have that now. Okay.
Can I pause on that? Would that require legislative change, Councilor Grossman, or is that a request where we would have authority to?
They can come now.
Yeah, I believe I can go back and look at chapter 23K, but I believe under chapter 23K, they could do that now, and they could have done that for the past number of years if they were interested in simulcasting horse race. So, but if you're asking whether the untethered or tethered Category 3 licensees under the Sports Wagering Act could do that, I'd have to double check to see whether you could allow it, but certainly the decision is being proposed here that it be kept separate.
Yeah, just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Well, it's
So
really
in terms of PPC and what will be the Cat 2s, we will have this situation then.
or could I ask the question in a different way, Commissioner O'Brien? let's talk about PPC,
Right.
because that's clear to me. Currently, simulcast is allowed there at a particular area at the facility. If I, in my very simplest terms, if I want to place a bet pursuant to 23N on, let's say an MLB event, I do that on a kiosk or in person. If I want to place a bet related to racing, horse racing, right now I would not be able to do that at that same kiosk or in person. I would have to go and literally go to a different area at the facility and place that bet.
That's right.
The
Well,
technology is often separate, almost
the ol-
always.
the
Oh,
Wait,
go ahead,
let-
sorry.
I'm sorry, because I can't tell who's speaking, so.
So I just want to
when we have
clarify
this
something on
One
what.
minute, Commissioner
There-
O'Brien. Commissioner O'Brien, 1 minute. I think Mike spoke and I couldn't hear him. So if we could hear Mike react.
No,
and
that
then-
was Joe.
Oh, that's what I mean. I couldn't tell who was speaking. If I could hear from Joe, that would be great.
Since the licensee structure has always been different almost throughout the whole country for parimutuel horse racing systems, that technology is separate from sportsbook systems that are being deployed now since the repeal of PASPA. So the answer to your question is yes. Two
Okay.
separate systems.
And there's a problem, and I bet Commissioner O'Brien is anticipating the problem that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because
ahead,
that, while
Commissioner
that's technologically accurate, there is a dichotomy in Massachusetts, and that comes with the horse racing, and particularly the live betting that you can put with the tellers at PPC. They're not going to put kiosks in that area, but you could, in theory, be going to the same teller, even though you're going into two separate systems. And so that's the conundrum. They're going to have to card there. And it's unclear to me whether they're going to offer sports wagering in that with the live tellers. I know they're not putting kiosks in, but I don't think we've clarified whether they're going to let you do that at the teller.
And to the core of the issue, because I'm wondering if this is another
18 versus 21, right?
18 versus 21 in Massachusetts. So to your original question, Commissioner Hill, I thought that's what you were thinking about. Because in Massachusetts, you can't place a bet on horse. You can place a bet on horse racing at the age of 18.
Madam Chair.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, please.
Commissioner Maynard, go right ahead. Commissioner Maynard.
So I do understand that dichotomy. I also am thinking, about the patron, especially around some of the larger events, like the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness and so forth and so on. I don't know, is there any room in this construction that would allow us to allow for some sort of wagering?
Commissioner Maynard, good morning. It's Gabe. And this may answer also Commissioner Hill's question too. I think what you guys are missing here is at a kiosk, you can wager, if approved or allowed for, a fixed odds bet on that horse race. So if there is a Kentucky Derby, you would have, let's say, for example, the winner would be 5-to-1 odds. It would be different than your parimutuel system, if I'm not mistaken.
The rules. So
Right.
when we were drafting the rules with A&K, and this is definitely something we could change. We did put in a provision where, in earlier drafts, there was a provision to kind of open it up for potential for fixed odds horse race wagering. So 2 states right now have launched fixed odds horse race wagering, Colorado and New Jersey. New Jersey has kind of roped it in with their existing racing commission, and Colorado has more or less roped it in with their sports betting regulations. Now, we've encountered this in multiple states where this conversation's come up, and it's a matter of, okay, if we were to allow fixed odds wagering, would it be under sports wagering, or would it be left under horse race wagering? would it be a modification to the parimutuel statutes, or would it be something covered under the sports wagering statutes? So for the time, with that said, based on some internal discussions, it was determined just to leave out horse race wagering completely right now. And if there was a time in the future that the commission wished to entertain fixed odds horse race wagering, it would be up to the commission to make a decision whether to incorporate it under existing parimutuel wagering as just another type of wagering on horse races, or to consider it as a sporting event, and then therefore updating those rules.
So
Madam
wouldn't
Chair?
that create issues with us in terms of the money goes to different places, depending on whether it's, I
It's,
think,
And
Yeah.
I am going to ask for everyone to ask just a little pause for permission to speak, because when we have an animated conversation like this, it gets hard to manage. Commissioner Hill, you asked first.
so let me just go back to a couple of things. If my memory serves me correctly, when we were having the PPC discussion, and I know Commissioner O'Brien, you had brought up the 18 verse 21 during that debate and discussion. My understanding was they would not be allowed to be in the same place to place a bet. So you're not going to a cage and I'm able to place a bet on a sport and then go and place a bet on the horse. They're going to be separated so that won't happen. And I was comfortable with that because we all were concerned about that. So I don't see in this discussion where they're going to be able to go to one cage. You go to one area in the gaming issue for the sports, and then you have to go to another area in the casino for the horse race betting. I believe that's what we were told.
they said they weren't going to do kiosks freestanding. I don't remember them specifically saying that you weren't going to be allowed to go to the teller in that 18 plus and also bet on sports wagering.
You would be carded before you went into the casino part.
Right.
And I just insert, I don't believe we saw a plan for them to build a wager, any kind of it. So I don't think that sports wagering in person is contemplated in that area. I think that the issue that Commissioner Hill is saying is that the issue of age is mitigated because you'd only be 21 and older to place a sports bet. So really the only question is, to Commissioner Maynard's point, is that it really is a matter of the operators making a request, that they would have to make an affirmative request on horse racing to include it in their, could we include it horse racing globally? Or do they need to make an individual request to, under the statutory structure? Commissioner,
Can I just add one thing more, Madam Chair, to that conversation? The way we tax horse racing and the way we tax sports betting are two very different things.
Yep. And where the money goes.
Exactly. So I think for me anyways, to answer your question, keep it separated for now, keep the rules in place as they are today, and then we can bring that back if it's even an issue. I may be making this bigger than it needs to be, which I try not to do.
well, no, you know what, Commissioner Hill, I was trying to be responsive to Commissioner Maynard too, because he was asking, is there some degree of flexibility to make it an offering, particularly around the heavy traffic Kentucky Derby? We do have a little bit of time beforehand.
I just want consumers in Massachusetts to understand that when they go to place a bet on a sports event, they're not going to be able to place a bet in unless they come before us for a license.
Right now, but this is our chance to change that. So that's the only, I hear you saying, but I just want to make sure that we're hearing all the other commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Am I being recognized? All right.
Yes, you are. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Maynard.
And I hear Mike, and again, this is just a product of our open meeting law. It sounds like there was a robust conversation. I would like to be included in this robust conversation in a public way at some point.
None of us have heard it.
I'm not implying that, Madam Chair. I'm implying that someone from this team has heard it, and the commissioners probably haven't. And so I would be interested in taking this up as a policy question in the future.
Well, okay, so that last statement is important, Commissioner Maynard, because I wondered if you wanted to have that policy discussion right now. because Commissioner Hill has made somewhat of a public announcement as to, should we adopt this reg as written, it would be a hold, unless we have that policy discussion now. And I turn now to Mina, who's got his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, I think you just made the clarification I was about to. I think this is what Gabe meant when you were saying this before, Gabe, that you would have to change the reg because right now it would be prohibited. That's the first point. To Commissioner Maynard's point and the other points made, though, I would just, the part of the reason this was drafted this way and why we addressed it this way in the internal controls regs as well is that going back to before the enactment of the Gaming Act, there were very careful balances of existing horse racing licenses and the rights and responsibilities. If you look in the Sports Wagering Act too, this term sports wagering and sports events would not necessarily exclude horse races. However, Category 2 licenses are described with reference to their ability to offer simulcast wagering on horse or greyhound racing. So I would say that if you were to have that policy choice, I think it might require a bit of, to get to your question way back at this point, about whether any legislative change would be needed. Arguably not, but I think it would warrant further looking in, given the different taxation methods, given the very careful balancing of existing horse racing in the Commonwealth going, from 2010 onward.
And I would just supplement that. I agree with that entirely. There are two places in the existing laws, not including Chapter 23N, that talk about who is allowed to simulcast horse racing. And it's either an entity that's been licensed under Chapter 128A or Chapter 128C, or a gaming establishment that it requests such authority under Chapter 23K, it's Section 7B that talks about it. So while I agree completely with what Mina just said, you may be able to allow it under 23N. It may be that you would be infringing upon those other authorities if you were to allow the broadcast of simulcasting under Chapter 23N, even though it's not specifically addressed that way. So I think that's part of the reason, at least the way the draft before you was written the way it was, to kind of protect all of those interests, but it is open to discussion with those parameters in mind.
Madam Chair, the reason I would be hesitant to take this debate up today is that we would not have an opportunity to hear from other folks on this. And I don't think that would be a fair thing to do at this point.
I agree.
But certainly something I want to have a discussion on at some point.
I
Commissioner
agree.
Maynard?
I agree, and I would say that, I don't want to hold up this reg at all, but I am interested if there are, any Category 1s who would like to run a derby event in May. It's something that I would want to hear about, right, through public comment. So I'm interested in taking it up on a future date.
Excellent.
Well, I would say if we're going to
Thank
do
you.
that, we'd also want to hear from the people that do have the right and what potential impact it would have on them, because the funding does go to the horse racing and breeding in Massachusetts. So there's another layer to that analysis. And at present, no one has asked in Cat 1, and that's been present even before the sports wagering. So
I agree, Commissioner O'Brien, and I also would be interested in this fixed versus the rules around simulcasting currently. And so I'm interested in that too. That said, it's just hard for me to set myself in a sports book and not see that I can place a wager at the Kentucky Derby. And so that's where I'm coming from my perspective.
Commissioner Skinner, are you
Just
all
so
set?
you know, real quick, sorry. So what we have seen in other states is we've seen, and more so, this would probably be more one directional considering the different age ranges. But for instance, in New Jersey, in the sports books, you'll have parimutuel kiosks. So there are cases where there is that crossover where you'll have parimutuel kiosks next to sports wagering kiosks in a sports book. Granted, for the purposes of Massachusetts, because you have two different age ranges, you might have, for instance, in your casino area, which is restricted to 21 and up, you'd have parimutuel kiosks along with sports wagering kiosks, theoretically speaking.
Thank you, Mike. I believe, Kevin, you just came on. Was that purposeful to add in at this point, or are you all set?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I actually just got on. I'm sorry, I've been on the phone. What was the
It's
question?
okay. We don't need to rehash. I just wanted to see if you were adding in. Commissioner Skinner, did you want to add in?
Nothing else to add. It's already been said. There have been some good questions and considerations raised. But I do think that as Commissioner Hill and others have said, further discussion is necessary to understand the implications of what it is we're proposing. However, I will say that as I read the regulation, I did understand the intent of it.
Yeah, excellent. So the reg as stated is clear, and I think Commissioner Hill has stated it to the public. Should this, as this right now, if we were to adopt it as is, you've made that clear. Any other questions on this topic? Karen, if we could put that in our notes to figure out when we revisit this topic for further exploration from stakeholders, particularly CAT ones and those that hold the simulcast licenses now.
Okay.
And I suspect the horse racing community. Okay. All right. Thank you. And of course, a couple of those statutes are not as new as the one we're looking at. So that raises a whole another set of complexities. So we turn to the A&K and our legal experts on all of going through 128 A&C. So thank you. All right, then we'll move on. Commissioners, okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pick it back up at 24702. This is the provision. I think I mentioned this last week that this would be coming up in response to a question regarding house wagering rules and patron access. Chapter 23N, Section 10A requires the adoption of house rules. This has come up in a few different other regs, obviously the internal controls. This is where the contents of house rules, or the basic essentially table of contents of house rules comes up. You'll see in Section 1 requires the adoption. Section 2 requires public availability of the house rules, which are of course going to have to be approved by the commission. And then the Section 3 has the 20 or so categories of things that go in the house rules, types of wagers, method of calculating wage. I won't go through all of them, but essentially explaining what it is that will govern particular wagering for that entity. It has to be consistent with all the other rules, but it is the sort of the house set of it. So it's a very important piece. I'm not sure if there's any questions about that. The key point, and I'll emphasize it again on page 33, is that not only does the commission adopt these, they can't be changed without commission approval. So this is a key portion that contemplated by the legislator and that is within your control. 24703, if I could go on. Take a quick pause. Yes, Madam Chair.
Could I just interject a question that I think I know the answer to, but I want to be respectful of Commissioner O'Brien's inquiries. And I know even the commission has work to do on this, but currently the house rule languages, the house rules our expectation is only in English. That's what traditionally is done across jurisdictions.
This does not address language, but that my understanding is that has been the case. And I'm not sure if there are other jurisdictions. I don't believe that I'm not aware of, and I don't know if anyone on the GLI team, other jurisdictions have required translation.
Right.
So
it's really a business decision. So, so say you have a sports book in a neighborhood, which has a large predominance of Spanish-speaking folk. They might have the house rules in both Spanish and English, but it's not really something that's like left to the regulation itself in any other U.S. markets.
So that might be something when we turn about responsible gaming that we might want to think about here, because to me, Spanish and potentially Mandarin or some might be something that we might want to ask our licensees to have translations of.
I'll just add that I raised this, maybe maybe it could be aspirational, and we could continue to monitor the development of that because we are quite intentional around issues around diversity and equity and inclusion. And so I think it's consistent with our internal policies. We need to continue to work on that, even on our own communications. So perhaps we just are noting right now that it's aspirational, and we work toward that over the course of the year with all of our existing licensees and new licensees to come. I want to be sensitive around language. I know that GameSense has worked on that to a certain degree. Is that fair, commissioners, rather than necessarily requiring it in a reg today, because it might be from a business perspective unexpectedly taxing, and we also wouldn't want it to be hurried. But that we make that as an aspirational goal. Commissioner O'Brien.
So these are coming out as fast and furious, but I don't think we've totally finished our responsible gaming regs, have we?
Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that there may be at least one more coming.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't think today is the venue, but it could be something, whether it's aspirational or something stronger than that. I think there is another opportunity before we launch to do that.
So yeah, and so this I'm talking about house rules, but I was being respectful of your inquiry around responsible gaming, house rules, and even all of our rules. We are moving toward that, and I think it's a really important movement. I just want to be aware of the business considerations on balance, and perhaps set a long-term goal. I just see Director Van Allen, you're weighing in on what I understand are the probably responsible gaming, and I don't want to distract from too much on what's in front of us, but please add in.
Yeah, no, my ears always perk up when I hear responsible gaming. So good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I would say it's very consistent, whether it's any of our research deliverables or GameSense materials or attention to GameSense capabilities within the GameSense team. It hasn't been a heavy lift to make sure that we get materials translated and moved over, and to the extent that the commission would like, I'd be happy to help with that with the translation resources that we have.
Great, thank you. All right, so I raise that I don't feel right now needs to be affirmatively included in our regulation. I think that we work with our licensees, Karen, toward this goal. It's consistent with our policy that we adopted unanimously, our statement of purpose, right? Karen, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you can just include that too for the operators.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I could point out that your normal regulatory powers are still in play here, and the house rules, like the house rules on the casino side, have to be approved by the commission. So frankly, in my view, if you tell them to do this, they're going to do it and are obligated to do it. But it is not a common requirement.
Do we want to leave it right now unspoken, or do we want to include by a certain year or time frame? Or do we want to hold and get more information as to which languages, et cetera, down the road, and we can amend? I'm appreciating Attorney Malali's point. Okay, Mina?
Madam Chair, one suggestion on this, and I apologize. I hope I didn't overtake somebody else speaking. So These are likely, I think the recommendation is going to likely be for emergency regs for these. So again, that comes back in 90 days. I have two suggestions kind of echoing what Kevin just said. One is you could revisit this in a permanent reg and whether to phase it in or not. I would also say this may be an appropriate ask, as you mentioned, of individual operators as they're going through licensure, and if they're willing to commit to it, could be a license condition for operators that want to accept it, to make sure that they actually do it.
There's some. We've already given a few without that condition, so that will weigh in on equity. And I see Commissioner Maynard nodding his head, but I'm going to turn now to Joe Grunfeld, the GLI, please.
Yeah, just want to reiterate somewhat of Mina just said that a translation ask before launch would be quite demanding on the operations, and the most don't have stipulations in place, so they would need some time, and it would be a bit of a lift to implement. So I just did a quick check and asked some people, and they don't have it quite they wouldn't have it quite ready. So just something to note.
Thank you. This is one area where I don't think Massachusetts mind's leading the conversation. Commissioner,
if we require it, they would move quickly enough to do it if they had to.
Okay, so for today, Commissioner O'Brien, are you leading in?
No.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Hill.
I think for today, once again, very well written, put before us, and something we put on our list of things to do.
Commissioner Maynard. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Maynard.
I at this point, hearing what Kevin just said and hearing your feedback, Madam Chair, I would say that we should leave it aspirational but swift.
And so maybe set a time frame. Do we do that in the reg or as we move along?
I would say as we move along.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Skinner, your thoughts? Oh.
Hit the wrong button. I'm good with as we move along.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
I think as we bring back the last RG reg, we look at it in terms of, do we want to put anything in there? And I think we specifically talked to the retail licensees we have who are going to be launching first in terms of how much of a lift would it be. I'd like that information to help me decide whether it's a do now or move along.
That's fair. So we could think about it as the notion of a condition on licenses going forward and see if the others would agree. Is that what you're suggesting?
Right.
Otherwise, I think I'm hearing the consensus is as we move along, and I suppose that's consistent. It just may be that Commissioner O'Brien might want to visit it a little bit earlier. Commissioners, if we could leave it at that and see if it makes sense even in this early stage, or whether we want to hold off and make it more aspirational. But I guess that if it's okay, we'll reserve the right for Commissioner O'Brien to revisit if she would like earlier. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, let's keep that in our mind. It's consistent with our statement of purpose. We're Mina, thank you for your patience, but we're doing some work on our own side of the, this is really a critical piece of our commitment to inclusion and equity. So it's a good conversation for us to insert. Thank you.
No problem at all, Madam Chair, and that's certainly understand that. Going onward to 24703, this was sort of alluded to earlier. This is a petition for a sporting event or wager category where it's any person, importantly, not just an operator, could ask for approval of new sporting events or wager categories. And this describes what they have to show you in order to be able to do that, including in detail the rules that would go around it. Of course, it can't conflict with what the prohibited event. So this gets back to, for instance, on the horse wagering question before, you wouldn't be able to ask for that at the moment because the reg says you can't, but for non-prohibited events or categories of wagering. If you go down to page 34.4, this lays out what the commission should consider when it gets such a request. One is that the outcome is not determined solely by chance, that it can be verified, that there's sufficient integrity controls, the outcome is not affected by the wagers themselves. I think that's a sort of common idea in all of these bets, and that the event is conducted in accordance with all applicable laws. So the event itself is not illegal. So that sort of gives you a framework to work with, a very broad one, in case you get such a request. Again, there's quite a bit of process laid out here on how you do it, but effectively it puts into operators or others' hands the ability to request, and in your hands, and with input from the Bureau and whatever consultants or expertise you might need, the ability to review and decide on that.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
On 4A, Mina, is that written into the statute?
Could you say the number again, please, Commissioner?
Under
4E?
Under 247.03, if you go to subsection 4A, which is on page 34, solely by chance, is the language I'm talking about, and there's a reason I'm asking. Let's take an event, and I've been to 3 of them this year, such as World Wrestling Entertainment, where somebody knows the way the outcome will go, but I didn't know. And it was very clear to me that there are states that are allowing sports wagering on, something that straddles the line, right, between entertainment and sports. Would that be something that we could consider or not consider an event like WrestleMania?
Commissioner Maynard, I don't believe the words "only by chance" are in the statute. I'd want to confirm that, but it's not in the definition of sports wager itself. To take your example just slightly differently, because I think in that case, whether or not that's by chance would be a separate question. But to take a more obvious one, wagering on the outcome of the coin toss, let's say, again, that's excuse me, an opening coin toss at a football game. That is it going to be heads or tails? Just to use that, or will the Red Sox wear their home whites or the City Edition yellows today? That's purely by chance. That would be what would be prohibited by this. I think the example you provided would be a closer question, and I don't see it in the statute, so I do think it is a policy choice. I think the idea of it is to distinguish it from sports wagering, which is defined with, at least by implication, there is a I'm just looking at the exact language I was looking for. It's sort of the performance of athletes or the outcome of athletic competition. So that does beg the question for something like World Wrestling, where maybe it's a predetermined outcome, but the public doesn't know it. But it certainly would be a stretch to apply that to a completely arbitrary thing like a coin toss.
How about the Oscars? That comes up.
Well, sports wagering is defined in the statute. So I'll just say this as sporting events, other events, right? The individual performs. Yeah. So I think you could conceivably get a request for betting on the Oscars or other award shows, and then you would have that issue, and then you would have to decide whether those other categories are met. I think the sort of there'd be a lot of sort of questions of best practices in the industry at that point and what to do. So it's maybe not legal questions, but I think you could fit that into other events in the statute, I should say, but it would be perhaps once you might get as a special request.
Could I just walk you through, because it's the double negatives that I'm confused by. So the commission shall not grant the petition to authorize, and let's assume a traditional sporting event like the Oscars is included, unless the following minimum criteria are met. The outcome is not determined solely by chance.
Right.
That would work, right?
Right. And that's why I was pausing on Commissioner Maynard's example as well, because I would say that's not really determined by chance either. There's sort of a human element of somebody has to do something, and it's not completely by chance. So you would have to decide whether that would fit in.
Madam Chair, my understanding is, at least in jurisdictions where they allow World Wrestling Entertainment, it's capped, right? There's a cap on the wager that can be placed, and the odds are very are weighted to keep any real funny business from going on, and that's that's kind of what I'm sitting here thinking, is that if we pass this as is, I would have a hard time seeing the WWE fitting in. I'd probably want the WWE, right? I'm just throwing it out there. One commissioner, I would want them to be able to be eligible. So at least to come to us and ask, right? And for us to consider it, right? So that's why I'm bringing it up.
Madam Chair, if I could, just on that example, because I think it's a useful one to highlight some of the other features of what else you'd be considering.
Thank you.
So on that potential one, one of the things that would actually, I think, would raise good questions of is there going to be any suggestion, or what are the controls in place to make sure that if WWE sees the line changing because of the number of bets placed in Massachusetts or elsewhere on it, they might not change the outcome, right? And so that gets into letter D. It's not likely to be affected by the outcome of the wager. So you'd start thinking about sort of these other issues. I'm not to say you wouldn't say yes to it, but that's the kind of questions you'd have. And that's what would just, as you get to each one, same with something like the Oscars, et cetera. Would you allow it, for instance, at any time, or would it be in the lead up after, the envelopes are in, right? It's sort of those kinds of things.
So to Commissioner Maynard's important example, are you saying, Mina, that as we approve each event, we would then be able to put the guardrails up then?
You'd be able to put up the guardrails then, or ask the questions to see if the guardrails are there.
Okay.
Right. Certainly the coin flip example that I gave you, there's no guardrail in the world you could make that unless you rig it, which you don't want to do. So it would still be solely by chance. So, but you'd want to see if the guardrails are there. And that's to get back to the double negative point. That's the idea, is unless these criteria are met, you're sort of sending the message, don't ask us about events that don't meet these criteria. And that's the showing you're going to expect to be made to you before you can say yes.
Questions on this framework, because that's really what I'm hearing. It's, again, the framework where the details would follow with a particular request that doesn't make our first set of approvals. Commissioners? Commissioner Maynard, are you satisfied right now with?
I still don't know if we have the flexibility to grant that event or not, given this framework. But it's a reg.
Did I hear, though, from your example that it's not clear that it's determined by chance?
We are nearing the holidays, and so a lot of people don't want to hear about Santa Claus and the veracity, and some people don't want to hear about WWE and the veracity of that. But there's an entertainment value to it. I would say it's different than the Oscars That there's a physical there is physical action going on, which, you know, sometimes that happens at the Oscars. But I would want the framework to be able to make this decision. That's what I'm saying, is that if it came before us, I would want to be able to make this decision. And I'm worried that that line narrows it unless someone tells me differently. But
So I guess I asked a question, we don't need to belabor it, but I understand there are the envelopes for the Oscars. I wondered if there was some kind of because I don't know enough about that business, if there's something arranged in advance, that's all.
Madam Chair.
In writing. I don't know the business well enough, so we don't need to belabor it, but I think Commissioner Maynard, you understand what I might be saying. It's like scripted and unscripted TV, right? Yes, Mina.
Yeah. So just to answer Commissioner Maynard's point on that question, because I was trying to draw the example that would be by chance. The way I read this language is that kind of, it's predetermined is not the same as solely by chance. I would say that you would have the authority to at least consider it, provided all these other provisions are also met. The solely by chance is really intended to distinguish sports wagering from gaming. You know, the most obvious example I can think of, and not table games, obviously, which involves some skill, but you know, roulette. Yeah, you know, that's solely by where the ball lands. That's not the same as by chance, because I think if you take the solely by chance is really that there's no human control element of it at all, including predetermined. And, you know, so take the Oscars example, where they are the same as, you know, there's certainly somebody knows and somebody makes a selection and can guess on it. So it's the idea that it's a public wager on what the outcome will be.
Just to help maybe move this along, what if we, instead of saying that the commission shall not grant any such petition, what if we just said the commission shall consider each of the following criteria in determining whether to allow a petition?
Yeah, I think Mina wanted to make sure that we didn't get a whole bunch of petitions that just didn't meet the criteria. So I think that if I understood the not, because I did wonder about the double negative, I appreciated your explanation, Mina. So commissioners, I don't know if we're necessarily displeased with the language or feel boxed in given the explanations. Jordan, are you getting more comfortable, Commissioner Maynard? Or do we need a comma and a clause after? Right, but we could
other
also
jurisdictions have figured this out. We, during the roundtable, we heard about the great RG work that was being done in this particular industry. It does straddle the line, as Nina said. It's probably the perfect example of where this issue would pop up. I'm fine moving forward for the purposes of today, but if it comes before us, then I'm going to take a very liberal reading of that language. If we're not going to allow a change.
But maybe the best thing too is for us to keep on moving along, and then something may come up in our minds as we move along, because our brains sometimes have that capacity to come up with the idea as we move along. So it's if we could just pin it for right now, Commissioner Maynard, and to make sure you're comfortable. You've raised a very good point, and it's just subtle enough that I think our minds are all thinking about it. All right. So let's continue and keep on, putting that one, and then at the end, we'll come back to 4A.
Sure. Madam Chair, so then 24704 is sort of the flip side of this.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I have a question about 24703.
Okay.
3G, I'm just looking for confirmation that when it says sports governing body authorized by the commission, that is pursuant to this reg. Is that right? So it talks about 24705, talks about the notification from the sports governing body as it relates to the official data.
If I understand your question correctly, Commissioner Skinner, I think the answer is yes. So it's a sports governing body that meets the statutory and definition and regulatory requirements of what you would consider one.
Yes, but the authorization contemplated by this section is what you've outlined in 247.05.4. Is that right? So the language in 3G,
Sure.
it says the name of any sports governing body or equivalent organization as authorized by the commission.
Yes,
So
yes.
talk about the commission's authorization. You're referring to 247.05.4, right? That
Right.
process laid out there. Thank you.
Right.
Just
That's
get that
right.
confirmation because it wasn't inherently clear as I read through this the first time. Thank you.
And my apologies for moving forward. I might have missed Commissioner Skinner. Anyone else have any other questions? Commissioner Maynard raised one, and now a clarifier for Commissioner Skinner. Anything else before Mina moves on? Attorney Macarius.
Thank you. 04, as I was starting to say, is the flip side of 03. This is prohibiting wagers for good cause. In this case, the request would come from a sports governing body as a defined term or equivalent organization or a players association to limit or exclude certain types of bets that notwithstanding that they might otherwise be allowed under the statute, that they would ask you to limit them. Again, it sets out the criteria for why you might accept that. For instance, it affects the integrity, et cetera. The request has to be submitted to you. You go through a process to deny, to either grant or deny the request. And there are, again, sort of procedural rules set out in 247.04 to do that. So this is a sort of guardrail for that purpose. Any questions on that? Otherwise, I can move on.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to hit my button. We obviously are going to be having a conversation with the Players Association coming up soon. But one of the concerns that they had when we were given a letter by them early in the process had to do with family protection as well. And I was wondering if there's any language that we could put in there, protect it, if they come before us to show that their families could be hurt by a bet taking place.
So to answer that question, at the moment, Commissioner Hill, you would have, as written, you would have some broad discretion under this language. At the top of page 35, you'll see that the Commission's powers in response to that request is to restrict, limit, or exclude. So depending on what the nature of the request is, if they say, this bet is okay, but if you could do X, Y, Z, it would protect us from, whatever that issue might be, or then that's certainly something you could do. And because that'd be a very good argument for it's contrary to public policy or the integrity of it. So that's something you could consider. I would also, just point back to some of, I apologize because I don't know the particular issue that was raised, but I can think of some of the issues. Some of the types of prohibited bets are categorically, you can't bet on sort of the misfortune of an athlete or somebody else. So one of the ways to protect against that is we're not asking, if so-and-so gets injured during the game, somebody wins money, that would be prohibited in the first instance.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
We reserve the right to amend for particulars if the particulars arise out of our round table discussion.
Yeah.
But I do think that the discretion is broad enough that we could address it.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent.
Thank you, Mina.
Thank you. All right. 247.05 then is the data sources and official league data. This is contemplating the statute and sort of gets into the mechanics of how what information gets fed into sports wagers. What you're relying on. Did someone bat 299 or 300? I'm not sure you can wager on that. I don't want to misspeak, but who decides that? It comes from official league data. Was something a hit or an error? So this sort of lays out the process for what kind of data may be used. The operators have to use reliable data from appropriate sources, from league data, et cetera. The section 4, which Commissioner Skinner, this is on page 36 now, the Commissioner Skinner alluded to earlier, allows a sports governing body to notify the commission that it desires use of a particular set of official data, so it gives control to the governing body to do that. Number 5 is obviously the sort of a belt and suspender approach, that if there isn't tier 2 wagers, about individual player performance allowed for a particular sport, league data isn't going to be flowing out there suggesting that it can be bet on. Again, sets a process for how you evaluate these requests to use particular league data or not. Kind of the rest of this, it's a fairly long reg because, as you can imagine, these issues could get complicated, but the section 8 on page 37 is again where the commission's sort of criteria that you'd be asked to look at, the availability of the data, how available it is to the operators and to the public, the characteristics, the quality of it. Is it something that rises to the level someone should wager on, or is it my attempts to keep track of goals at my kid's soccer game? Not good. So that kind of a factor. There's a catch-all that the commission has pretty broad discretion to consider any factors there. So again, that sort of takes us through 247.05. Can move on to 06 unless there are particular questions on 05. Let's pause a minute for that. Okay. 06 gets into tournaments, contests, and pools, which again requires a written request to the commission for approval and a description of the event, including what's going to be wagered on, the rules for it, to the extent there is a pool, how the sort of allocation, sort of information about patrons that would be involved, entry fees, et cetera. There is information here about the rake and the sort of fees collected as well that has to be provided. We are proposing, this is not in the packet that you have before you, but based on a question I believe came up through the licensing process, the licensing hearings, there's a reference in the statute. It's actually in the section regarding the control fund to breaks, which are a category of payouts of wagers, really, where a amount may be sort of split because you have multiple winners or a pool entry, and that there needs to be a reference to that there may be a payment out where you need to do some rounding up or down. I would just ask, I think Joe was going to be the GLI representative to speak to this, Joe, if you're available. But we would propose adding at the very end of 247.06.6 a very simple provision, which I'll let Joe sort of explain the purpose, and then we can sort of read it through. But to account for, to basically ask someone who is trying to get approval of an event that includes breaks, to also explain how the breaks will be calculated, so that you can account for it.
So first, I think it's actually fundamental to understand breaks, and the term is used particularly in parimutuel wagering, And it's the quote odd cents that come up. Simply, you've got $100 pool, you've got 3 people, you've got a lingering decimal, and how that is financially tracked. So in sports betting pools, this also could happen, as you would imagine, if the 3 of us are in a pool for a NFL playoff contest and there's some sort of tie, there's 3 winners, there's going to be an odd cent scenario. So this is referred to as a break. And I have Steve May here, who has much more experience in the parimutuel end to where this is called for. And I'll also note, and Todd might have to bail me out here, where exactly it is, but breaks are defined in the Massachusetts statute. So it's been suggested to add a simple clause to refer to that point.
Councillor Grossman?
Yeah, I would just add, we should definitely allow Mr. May to address this issue. He can probably explain it better than anyone else. I would just note to Joe's point, though, that breaks are defined in Chapter 23 and specifically as the odd cents over any multiple of 10 cents of winnings per $1 wagered. So it may be helpful to ask Mr. May to just step in and offer more of an explanation as to what breaks are. And then as Mina mentioned, just to add some language into this section, just noting exactly how we'll handle the breaks. So Steve, if you want to jump in.
No problem. Thank you. Appreciate your time on this. Really what this is, most of what Joe said is really spot on this topic. When you do primarily a parimutuel calculation and you have variable wager amounts, you can wager $2 on a win wager, you can wager $50 on a win wager, you can wager all sorts of different ways, but there's a point in the calculation where that you need to figure out what the profit per dollar wagered is, and the profit per dollar is used so that you can eventually multiply that times whatever that wager amount was, so that you get it down to that price per dollar, and then you multiply that up times a $50 wager or a $2 wager. It's usually displayed in a $2 wager on a win board. But as Joe was saying, you almost always have a situation where when you do the division of that, the winning dollars divided by however many winning wagers there were, you almost always have the situation where it's $32 and 23.212 cents. Well, you've got to figure out what to do with that 0.212 cents, and so you don't round that up. You always round that down, which means you're taking a small amount of the winnings that would go back to the players. You're taking that out, and then you have to figure out what to do with that. So that's really where the breakage comes in, and that's handled. Various states handle that in various ways on that. And so anytime if you have just a flat wager amount, if you're offering odds of 7 to 1, for instance, or you're wagering a plus 125 on a sports wager, that's going to be a fixed amount that's going back. So you're not going to have breakage in those situations. But anytime you have any kind of pooled wagers, you're almost always going to have breakage in those situations. Now, that's not to say that you round down every wager or anything. Anytime that there's, not a whole. Anytime that there's, I'm trying to say, it's anytime that if you have a $32.23 payout, then if that's what the odds happen to be, then that's what they would pay out, and there's no breakage in that situation. It's really just going to come into play when you have those pooled wagers in there. But I think the proposal to just refer back to that, it makes sense on that, and let the operators figure out how they want to handle that.
Before we leave, Steve, questions for Mr. May? Commissioner O'Brien.
I do. Can you just, when you say you always round down, is that an accounting principle? Is that just industry practice up to date? Where does that assertion come from?
I appreciate the question on that. The you round down on that because otherwise the operator is having to put money into the pool on that. So that's the principle, is you always would round down in that situation, so that there is money that can, otherwise you're having to contribute money from the house, and then you start wagering against the house in that situation.
Right. So I guess I'm going to need to understand too. I get that that's why they do that, but sometimes I wonder if asking somebody to put in a partial cent is the cost of doing business.
Well, that partial cent it can become a lot of money over time.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And it's important to note, I think, just that, and Steve kind of touched on this, the breaks go by statute here, into the sports wagering control fund. So they go to the state. It's not that they go back into the operator's pocket.
And then where do they go from there? It's not like 23K, right? Where there's more specifics about where it goes.
I don't know if Derek is there to help us.
That's a conversation for another day.
If Chief Financial Officer Lennon just joined in, so you heard the question, Derek.
Yes, so the gaming control fund funds our operations, so it would just reduce the assessment on each licensee. So as the breaks come in, it would reduce what the licensees pay towards our operations.
So they're essentially paying, they're just paying through the route of reducing the cash they have to pay to us as opposed to something else.
Correct.
It's not going for the benefit of the Commonwealth in any way. It's getting, except to the extent we use it.
Right.
We use it, right. But then we just don't assess them larger amount. So that is different than under 23K. Correct. Well, the way it's written.
There are no breaks under 23K because you just get paid out. But it is different in that money coming from the patrons that would have been a tax is going to fund our operations directly versus coming out of the operators' pockets, which are funded through the bets anyways. But it is a technicality, but you are correct. Those patron wagers are coming to us.
Commissioner, follow-up questions for Mr. May. I know we haven't resolved anything, but I just wanted to see have other commissioners weigh in on this. It's that at overage, we go back to our elementary math class, and in this case, you always round down to the favor of the operator. And it sounds like the industry standard. Any questions? Okay, so can I ask this question, Mr. May? Has any jurisdiction challenged that in its regulation, or have any other approach that we should know about?
Madam Chair, the biggest change in this recently has actually been in Kentucky, where on the pari-mutuel wagering side, the state passed a new law in this legislative session last year, or earlier this year, I'm sorry, that reduced that breakage from either a nickel or a dime, where you round it down to the nearest nickel, very, very small amounts, or generally rounded out of the nearest dime. They've actually reduced that down to the nearest penny. So it did change that, and it's resulted in a lot more money going back to the players on that. But otherwise, no, this really has not been a topic that I've heard debated in any amount in any state.
So they did reverse the rounding down all to the favor of the.
Well, they didn't. I wouldn't say they reversed it. They reduced it from, if the breakage amount was, if the wager was $43.07.24, so just to throw an arbitrary number in there, normally you would round that down to $43 and then the nearest dime on that situation. So you'd have 7 cents of breakage, 7.212 cents of breakage in that situation. They've reduced that down to say, just reduce it down to the nearest penny. So instead of going the whole 7 cents, they would reduce it down to the 7 instead of the nearest dime on that situation. So.
Okay, I can't tell, Attorney Grossman, if you're leaning in, and I know that Sterl, you're looking to be heard, I think. Can
If I could, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We're speaking of breakage, which is a pari-mutuel phenomenon. So sports wagering is very rare that you will even have this. So I just want you all to understand that when we're speaking of breakage, I know the statute spoke of it, but I am unsure if we're going to have any at all. So with sports wagering, you have fixed amounts of odds, and that the wagering is paid to the penny by the operators. So I know North presented that they're paying to the penny, so breakage is going to be a rarity in these situations, but it's there in case there is.
Yeah, and this particular suggestion is brought up under the sports wagering pools section.
There's a pool. That's
Mina
what I-
can bring that exactly where.
Right.
Correct,
Pool.
yes. Yeah,
Thank
correct.
you,
That's
Mina.
why it's in this section.
This would be like a March Madness tournament or a NFL playoff or NBA playoff finals tournament where you have multiple sports bettors betting into one pool. So there's one pool of money. There's there could be a scenario where it does not divide out perfectly, therefore creating odd cents, therefore creating breakage.
Madam Chair, if I,
Yeah, so that's where we're going to see it more in the sports wagering would be with those pools, correct, Mina? All right, and yes, go right ahead, Mina.
yeah, correct. And I saw Steve's hand up, so I don't want to, Steve, I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but I just want to just explain for the purposes of today and what we're asking for today. Again, remember that tournaments and pools would come before you. So the fairness of breaks, whether it's appropriate to have it in those contexts or to have that kind of betting in the first place would depend on that review of the events. So that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion. The very simple addition we're proposing here, now that this issue was flagged, was to simply add at the end a new section 6 that reads, it was very simple. All breaks from each prize pool must be transferred to the Sports Wager Control Fund in accordance with MGL Chapter 23N, Section 15A. So we're not looking here to regulate breaks or exactly what happens one way or another, just simply mirroring the statute so that it's clear where the breaks go. I would suggest also reiterating this concept when we get, which we plan to in January, to some of the finance regs about where money goes, that this also be captured in there.
Commissioners, so it sounds as though it would be on the end of where it goes as opposed to defining the amount that we would take the industry standard. Is that fair?
Correct. Presumably you would, but again, you'd have an individual proposal in front of you, and so you'd have a chance to reassess it then as well.
Commissioners? Commissioner Maynard?
So we would make the determination later. And it sounds like what I'm hearing from Mr. May is that there's the standard, and then there's this, we'll call it the Kentucky model. It's kind of new. That gives more money back to the patrons when a break occurs. Is that correct?
Correct. It moves the decimal.
All right. Okay, I've got it.
So, but we do need, you are recommending a change from what's in front of us right now, in addition, Mina, okay?
Yeah,
So,
correct.
Again, if I scrolled a little bit, so I've lost my.
No, it's all right. At the very end of 247.07.6.
On which page? Because
Yep, I was just getting page 39. So we're halfway through.
So after 5, does it become a new section, subsection 6, or does
it does? If I may,
oh, sorry, Mina. I was just gonna, I think, say what you were gonna say. I can pull it up and show you what that would look like if that's helpful.
Yeah, that'd be great, Carrie. I have it on a just 6 on a Word document. So if you have it built into the reg, that's even better. Perfect. Yeah.
And breaks as defined in the statute is sufficient. There doesn't need to be any further clarification based on Mr. May's description, right?
Correct. It's a defined term in the statute. The only change I would have from what's in front of you is that breaks would be capitalized because we've been capitalizing.
It's a defined term, so we'll capitalize that. Okay, commissioners, I think we've got that, Carrie. I bet we can take it down now. Thank you. Commissioners, any thoughts? Are we okay with that at this point? All right, I see affirmative. Commissioner Skinner, yes. Okay, Commissioner Maynard. Okay, and Commissioner Hill's giving a thumbs up. Okay, let's move on then. Thank you. Important discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I want to say that we have had discussions around these types of issues with patrons, and every penny matters, right? So we're thinking that way. Okay, go right ahead.
24707. So now you've gotten through the parts of the rule, and if you sort of think of this sequentially, you've explained what you can't bet on. You've explained how you're going to authorize categories of bets. You explained how you're going to authorize particular types of events, et cetera. Now it turns into how the operator, and this starts on halfway through page 39, accepts sports wagers. First kind of principle, available sports wagers have to be displayed to the public, including odds and a brief description of the sporting event and the proposition. Essentially, what is it that one could wager on? There's two, essentially reiterates that rule. If it's not posted, you can't accept it. The operator may not set lines of odds at purpose of ensuring a patron will win, or et cetera. So it's sort of, they have to be meaningful. That's 4, I think, is worth pausing on. I know this has been an issue for discussion with the commission in other contexts, is where sports wagers may be placed from. Certainly, first of all, a sports wagering counter or other counter locations within a sports wagering facility, or which, remember, is a sort of standalone, or sports wagering area, which is a term we've used for sports wagering counters within, or sports wagering facilities within a gaming area. B is, I think, the key one that has been a subject discussion, a sports wagering kiosk. As drafted, it's proposes a sports wagering kiosk that is either within a facility or sports wagering area, which would then mean that for gaming establishments, it would also be within the gaming area and in a location approved by the commission. This then gets captured again, as I mentioned last week, in the floor plans in 138 for physical for where kiosks would be. So that's probably the key one in here. And then again, within a designated counter in a cashier's cage, and then mobile application or digital platform. We may, as we bring back the 202, the definition series, define these further, mobile application or platform, but essentially that's all of your online gaming, whether it's from a mobile app or a website, on a desktop. But and we can get into nuances of that at that point. Before I move on to how wagers, I know we're kind of breaking into the middle of this, but this
Actually,
is yeah.
For the record, just to clarify too, because we talked about this a lot when we weren't sure whether PPC was going to be putting kiosks in that area with the dichotomy, and it will probably come up with the Cat 2s. So my understanding of that, and in a location approved by the commission, is it would give us the further approval authority in terms of making sure we think whatever the safeguards need to be are adequately addressed. Like, do you need to have somebody carting into that particular area? Is it cordoned off within a broader area that allows that sort of thing? And I was satisfied with that language, but I just want to make sure that the other commissioners, if they have any thoughts on it or want anything else.
That's a correct reading of it, Commissioner O'Brien. But
okay.
Excellent. Thank
Paragraph,
you.
sorry.
Commissioner Skinner, sorry. Yes, you have a question?
Just asking, what paragraph are you referring to, Commissioner O'Brien?
It is when you go into sub 4, it is B, paragraph B.
On page,
On page 39.
39.
So 247.07 4B. It's the and in a location approved by the commission. That's in there to make sure that we're satisfied with any precautions we want taken if it's in an area that might have people under 21.
All set, Commissioner Skinner?
I'm all set. I'm comfortable with that language.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if I may go on then, section 5 or subsection 5, excuse me, it gets into the how sports wagering may be conducted, and this really gets into how it's paid for. It can be conducted with chips, tokens, electronic cards, and then you have this sort of list of items: cash, foreign currency, cryptocurrency, electronic funds transfers, debit, including debit cards. Very important is when you get to 7, it prohibits the use of credit cards in placing sports wagers. I believe when we get to 248 later today, there'll be further detail on this. There's language to make it clear that when we say no credit cards in these regs, it also means directly or indirectly through credit cards, because I think that was a question that came up with respect to the way I'm thinking about it. And there may be other examples, is if I fund my Venmo account with my credit card and then use my Venmo account to pay, that's still prohibited to the extent the operator has the ability to stop that. So that's
During the carryouts, because we spent a good deal of time, do you want to cross-reference to that?
It's a 248.
Same language. Do we do the same language or indirectly that we put in the other one, or no?
We certainly can, because I think we were focused on it at that point while we were drafting,
Right.
for Brian, but we can
Because
certainly.
when we added it, we were only looking at the other one, so.
Sure. Yeah, I think if you could, when we vote, we can certainly keep that open. And I can, just remembering the language, and again, we're going to get to it shortly, it should fit here.
Well, or cross-reference to the section one way or another.
Right.
Subsection 8 has to do with the information that is required to register for a sports wagering account. Again, this one is cross-referenced to 24803, and this is making sure that folks who are placing sports wagers are properly identified. The rest of these get into, again, this is as we've gone through this process over the last several months, you're probably starting to see regs that get back into making sure things you've already said, sort of like I said last week, there are sort of double and triple layers of protection, regulatory protection. So that is essential. That's really it for 07. Any further questions on that one?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Yes.
Nina, subsection 9, the second sentence. It says neither the patron nor the sports wagering operator shall change a sports wager after the patron has reviewed and finalized the wager. And so I think we heard from one of the applicants, now licensee, Caesars, I believe, that they have this like first in the, I don't know, nation maybe, feature in their online platform that allows a patron to edit a bet. So does this language preclude them from offering that? And I don't need to put you on the spot. So
no, that's my job. That's okay. So I will say this much, because I guess what I would want to know is a little bit more about how that edit happens. Does it become is it a cancellation? Does it sort of technically function as a cancellation of the first wager and into another one? Because you'll see, I believe we talk about this in maybe 248. I know we talked about it in I want to say one of the regs that came up last week as well. Cancellation of bets, etc. So you find out a player is not going to be available for a game, or the line has moved and you want to change your bet. If that's the kind of thing they're envisioning, it may sort of intermesh with opportunities for a patron to cancel, appropriate times when someone can cancel a wager and have to be allowed to be able to cancel it. It actually may mesh well with that. So the only thing I'm not able to answer is whether it sort of so squarely fits into this. My understanding, and GLI could explain if I'm misreading or the intent here, or misremembering the intent here rather. This is really meant to say that certainly on the operator side that, what's wagered is wagered, but for the patron side that there isn't sort of a dispute over, no, I meant to do this, so I'm going to come back and change it, at the ticket counter or on the app.
Perhaps, I don't know if we've got anybody from GLI who can clarify that. Commissioner Skinner is raising that feature that was, I agree with you. I think it's Caesars, but we could be corrected, right, Commissioner Skinner? But it is, the term was, I think, edit my bet. Yeah. Do you remember that, Joe?
Correct. The term is edit my bet, and I think it might have been bet MGM, but it could have been Caesars as well.
Oh, it might have been bet MGM. Sorry. Yeah.
And note that when the bet in this situation is first placed, that leading up to the starting time of the event, the point spread and or what we refer to as price, minus 120, minus 110, etc., might change. And that change may not go in favor of the customer. In this situation, it looks as if the operators here, I think it's BetMGM, as I'm looking at the page in another window here, is allowing the patron to edit that bet they have placed now that the line is not so much in their favor. That what seems to be what is happening here. You'd have to ask the operator specifically about this, but when that first bet is struck, it is held by the rules that we have that are written in place here. And this situation seems to only work in favor of the patron.
You mean that the BetMGM edit my bet feature seems to only work in favor of the patron? Is that what your statement is?
Yes.
And that's why it was appealing, right, Commissioner Skinner?
Yeah. And so I don't think, I wouldn't want to stand in the way of that. And so if this language does not enable BetMGM, my apologies, I got the name wrong. Then I wouldn't want to have this I'd want to tweak this language a little bit.
Commissioner Skinner, if I could suggest, and just to throw it out there for discussion, if you were to want to allow a sort of, because I agree with you, this language could stand in the way of that, just based on, again, how it's just described to me at the moment. I think you would want it to then say the sports wagering operator shall not change. It will be a one-sided, that means the patron could change it, but not the sports wagering operator. Again, consistent with their house rules. So maybe to avoid it being apparent. Let me just.
I think that might be broader though than all operators want to do.
Well, that's where I was getting to next, Madam Chair, because exactly that'd be the issue. I would say, because in my mind that would imply as long as it's consistent with the house rules, but we could be more explicit about that and say, to the extent permitted pursuant to a house rule, you'd add a third sentence, to the extent permitted pursuant to a house rule or approved house rule rather, a patron may change, what's the word we used? Change a sports wager after, the rest of the sentence. And that would allow a particular set of house rules to contemplate it.
Commissioner Skinner, you're nodding your head, something like that, right?
No, I like something like that as offered. Yeah. I think
because I don't think we are not saying that every operator has to offer that option, but we don't want to prevent it. If in fact, I think we got the BetMGM right, which is a good because that's how I interpreted the edit my bet. So thank you, Joe. Commissioner Skinner, that was a really important point to raise. Thank you so much. And so,
See, my brain is still working even under these circumstances.
all of our brand, that's why we have the collective brain at work, right? Collective brain.
Okay.
So that would be an edit noted for us. This would be the second one, I think, for today's consideration of this reg. Do we want to have the language repeated now, Mina?
Sure. Let me do my best to try to say it the same way twice, on the spot. But the first, I would suggest first and perhaps I don't have it written out yet on the screen, but just to show you where it would go. Would you like me to share the screen or Carrie or I to share?
That's fine. If you can.
Yep. I should be able to.
We'll let you know if we see an email or two.
Hope not. Can you see it and adjust it at the moment? So it's here in subsection 9. The first sentence would remain unchanged. The highlighted language would come out. And it would then read, the sports wagering operator shall not change a sports wager after the patron has reviewed and finalized the wager. So there would be a not added right before change right there. And then another sentence would be added that would say, to the extent permitted by approved house rules, a patron may change a sports wager after the patron has reviewed and finalized the wager.
Commissioners? Okay, not being able to see everybody, but not hearing any objection. Okay. I just want to note that for right now, before I forget, that we did receive what looks like, well, no, I don't think it's in chat. It must be in our email, some comments. So I thought it was in chat. Right. Okay, commissioners, just 1 second, I just lost you. I'm not being able to see everybody. There we go. Any questions on that? There we go. Okay, so shall we move on?
Sure. 24708 is really in the same vein as the prior section. This gets into the minimum and maximum wagers and other additional wagering requirements. Again, this is all about disclosure. The sports wagering operators has to be very clear of minimum and maximum wagers in effect for each sporting event or wager. And they may, in their discretion, permit a player to wager below or above it unless otherwise directed by the commission. So again, this gets to your ability to say yes or no to that as you approve particular wager categories, events, etc. I can go on to the next section, which I think I know is also has had a lot of consideration. Promotional offers. Section 2, this is 24709 on page 41. Section 1 requires operators to maintain a record of all promotional offers related to sports wagering, including the name of and identification of the offer, the terms, the dates and times that it was offered or scheduled to be available, when it is expected to be discontinued, and the current status of those. Section 2 then requires full disclosure of all the material terms of it. And then there's a list of a minimum set of those material terms, which again are dates and times, requirements for patron to be eligible, associated restrictions on withdrawing funds that go along with that, and so on. So sort of the rules for all offers. The promotional offers, number 3 sort of has a limitation for promotional offers for new patrons, so that an offer can't be made and then sort of sit out there for too long. It has to and be no more than 90 days. And again, there has to be a way for a patron to cancel participation in a bonus or promotional offers that utilizes restricted credits, can't be cashed out immediately. So these are some, again, guardrails in addition to ones that might be in place for within responsible gaming that might come up before you when we talk about advertising again in a few weeks, that get at promotional credits, promotional offers, excuse me.
And can I ask, so the 90 days, is that too long? Is that, where did the 90 days come from in sub 3?
I will defer to GLI on that one. I believe that was consistent with some other jurisdictions' requirements.
Is that a median, or like what's the lowest, longest that's out there on these? And if GLI, anybody from GLI knows that information?
Sorry, I missed the topic.
Yep, if you go to page, what is 42 in our packet? So 247.093. It's talking about the implementation of promoted new patrons having to be completed by 90 days. I'm curious what the universe is out there in terms of what's the minimum maximum on that in other jurisdictions.
Is Mr. Robbins on? He's the one that would know. Hold on, let me page him quick.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Mike's on.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think 90 days is typical with other markets. I know we definitely pulled from another market for that.
Do you know what the outside parameters are? Is anybody with less, anybody with more?
I don't happen to know offhand. I'd have to circle back on that. But I think 90 days was the common one.
I'd be curious to get the outside windows in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
If you could get that to me.
We can provide that.
Is that a, can you use the 90 days as a placeholder for now, Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question procedurally, if they didn't circle back by the time we were done and getting ready to vote, whether to the extent we would want to change that at all, what's the mechanism if these are voted on today?
So these would come back in about 60 to 90 days for final vote, and we could change then. If there were something more urgent, we could bring it back. We just would end up with overlapping emergency filings where, I know we discussed this briefly before, where the most recent emergency would of course supersede the older emergency, but they could potentially end up in the same register with different emergencies.
Okay, yeah. So the only problem with that timeline then would be if for some reason it's different, we'd have to do that to have anything different in place by launch, right?
Well, perhaps if there's an operator listening, your concern, of course, is that it's too long.
I'm wondering. I mean, I'd like to be as responsible as possible. 90 days. My instinct says 60, but obviously if there's not a single jurisdiction that does that and we're beyond the pale on that one, that's why I was curious to know what was out there other than 90.
But I assume GLI, you would know if the patrons were complaining a lot about that. Probably operators and regulators would be.
In my research, I've only found 90.
Okay. Thanks.
And
can I ask
Virginia
what was?
Virginia.
Virginia.
What about,
I'm
sorry. What about Virginia?
Oh, so Virginia is where I found the 90 days from. I didn't see any other jurisdiction which had a greater than or less than.
So is Virginia the only one that puts a time limitation on it that you're aware of?
For sports wagering, yes. I do see it also listed for fantasy sports. Oddly enough, in Massachusetts, but for sports wagering, I've only seen it listed for Virginia.
And can I ask you, what is the DFS in Massachusetts?
Daily fantasy sports.
No, I know.
The timeline.
The timeline.
90 days also.
It's also 90. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'd be consistent internally in terms of the AG regs.
And perhaps Virginia borrowed from Massachusetts.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Right.
I would, yeah. So, so that it looks as though there's been some thought that perhaps giving some timeline is helpful. Commissioner Byrne, does that give you a level of comfort?
It does, particularly given that the AG went through this and they crafted regs on DFS and came up with 90, then that makes me more comfortable with 90.
Okay. So it sounds like it's more than what most jurisdictions are offering. And so let's go with 90 days and see how that works. Commissioners, do you agree? All set, everyone? Okay, good. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. All right, I'm hearing no objections. Let's move on then. Thank you. Very, very helpful, Mike. Very, very helpful. Yeah, thank you,
Madam Chair, the last section of 247.10 is exchange wagering and other peer-to-peer wagering. Once again, this is another avenue that would have to be approved by the commission to go into before it's used. Section 2, subsection 2 here includes the information that you would need to have in front of you to allow for sports wagering operators, again, with the approval of the commission, to participate in a network of sports wagering, sort of be able to consolidate that with risk under a written agreement. And so this one, that's sort of the purpose of 247.10. And I think just key point to point out from an enforcement standpoint, the very last piece of language here is that under those agreements, again, with respect to the commission's enforcement, every party to the agreement will be jointly and severally liable for compliance with the rules and regs. So if you have multiple operators joining together, they can't be pointing the finger at each other if there's a problem in terms of compliance. Each one of them is required to comply.
Does anybody need help from GLI going through this? I see Commissioner Skinner. Would you like
Yeah,
assistance?
I could use some help understanding what a sports wagering network is.
And I think
how it works.
Yeah, and how this this particular wagering occurs. Yeah.
So in this case, there's products and suppliers in the market that, I mean, let's take a full step back. When you strike a sports bet, you're telling the operator, I think the Patriots are going to win at this price, plus 6 points at minus 120, whatever that is, for $100. In this case, instead of the operator, it's Gabe Benedict who says, you know what? No, my Eagles are going to win this game, Joe, and I will take that $100. So in this, because of that one-to-one nature, there's products that match up those bets. And they work a little more like this, where I say I want 100 on the Patriots, and Gabe says, well, I got 50 of that. And then Mike Robbins says, well, I got 25 of that. And Kevin Mullally says, well, I got 25 of that. Now I have my $100 bet, and they match it up. And they take, a piece. Instead of, $200 being the total outcome, it'll be 190 or 195, depending on what their, money-making percentages. And it's simple as that. It's probably the fastest, quickest way I can explain what exchange peer-to-peer wagering is.
And commissioners, just to add, this is something that we discussed during the GLI University was betting exchanges. We we had a section of that where it's basically like a marketplace, where bettors can browse through different wagers that people are offering. Again, with, if Joe is offering a bet and, they want to attract myself to that bet or lure me into that. So that's essentially what it boils down to.
Commissioners, questions? I have one just that's very general. It's only something that I need answered, but because probably it's clearer to everyone else. But in terms of our approval, it would be a general approval that an operator can actually entertain these kinds of exchanges, betting exchanges. And so we're approving just the framework as opposed to any of the intricacies of the actual exchange. It's just the general ability to offer those peer-to-peer exchanges.
Well, Madam Chair, from the breadth of discretion standpoint and from your sort of overall jurisdiction,
Yep.
Yes, you are approving that, but the operator's coming to you. And I think it certainly would be well within your discretion to ask those questions, to understand the intricacies to the degree, in whatever degree you feel appropriate at that point, to approve them. So, and to put appropriate conditions on that approval, as with anything else up here, including which events it may be applicable for, et cetera.
So, okay, so that's my follow-up question. If we're approving some kind of a listing of events that we're going, the general ones, as opposed to the ones that will follow, do these, I just want to make sure.
I think really what you need to consider here is the approval of events that you're approving earlier in the chapter. That's just like events and wager categories. Those are for everyone. So if you approve for one market, you approve for all you approve for one operator, you approve for all operators. And the point of this section is each operator specifically needs to come to you and go, hey, I want to offer event wagering, and here's my layout and everything.
Okay.
I'd like to note that that's actually included in 247.039.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
And the statement is, and I'll quote, the commission shall notify all sports wagering operators of any changes to authorized sports events and wager categories. And this goes right back to Commissioner Maynard's comment about and the other comments about Oscar events, or that this is the commission's in power of allowing those event types and wager types, meaning betting exchanges or parlays or exotic bets, et cetera.
So to that point, so I understand that discretion, but generally speaking, will they come for peer-to-peer wagering? Do they have to also get approval of the subset of what kinds of events the peer-to-peer wagering?
Yes.
Okay.
And keep in mind, Madam Chair, that to the extent that they also need to update their house rules at that point, you would have to approve those changes. And just above the section Joe mentioned on page 34 is subsection 8, which allows the commission to grant, deny, limit, restrict, or condition a request. So again, if something about let's say that peer-to-peer exchange seems well thought out and makes sense in the context described, but there's a concern about it expanding to something else, that may be a way to do that as well.
That's very helpful. That's where I was going. So thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if commissioners, you have any other questions, but I just needed to understand that framework.
With that, Madam Chair, I think that is it for 247. Just to recap the two changes that were proposed in the course of the conversation or mentioned in the course of the conversation. At 247.06 on page 39 at the very end, we would be adding a subsection 6 to require breaks to go into the gaming control fund. That's that language. And at sorry, give me 1 second. Here it is.
It was do you remember what it was?
Yes, I remember what it was, but I just want to find the page number. 247.07, page 40, subsection 9 would be changed so that the last sentence and a follow-on sentence would be added that would read, the sports wagering operator shall not change a sports wager after the patron has reviewed and finalized the wager. And then, thank you very much, Carrie. To the extent permitted by approved house rules, a patron may change a sports wager after the patron has reviewed and finalized the wager.
And Mina, there's one more, which is the
Credit.
247.077.
Here's the language from 248.
Yeah.
I stuck it.
Thank
in.
you. Excuse me. Yes, yes. And that would
Yes.
be, thank you.
And then that would be the last one.
Sports wagering operators shall prohibit any use of credit cards, either directly or indirectly, and that follows, including without limitation, through an account funded by credit card. That mirrors exactly the other reg.
Right.
Yes.
No need to cross-reference it. Okay, those were the three.
The only other question was if you wanted to revisit 247.044. Sorry, I'm frozen. Regarding the chance language, by chance, or if you're comfortable with it as written for now.
I think there was a consensus that we would continue to monitor that.
Right.
Commissioners, am I right? Yes.
Yep.
Commissioner Maynard, you know what, I don't feel, this is an opportunity. This is, in fact, I think we might have gotten even a public comment on one of the issues that you raised. But that's not a forum for it now, but it's important that you raised it. So if there's something that would give you comfort without tying us in, let's think about it.
Todd gave a fix and it sounded like there wasn't a lot of interest in moving that direction.
I had a hard time hearing you, Commissioner Maynard. I'm sorry.
I said Todd gave a fix to the language that would have made me more comfortable.
Oh.
But it sounded like there was no interest in moving in that direction.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I suggested that, Todd, your language, do you remember?
I can share, Todd. I think I got what you had said before. They're both in here right now, but the highlighted language was what Todd had suggested.
Yeah, but to your memory, I thought that we had all talked about it and decided to leave it as is for now.
Maybe it's helpful to see the language. I want to just give that opportunity. The commission shall not grant the petition and authorize a sporting event or wager category unless the following minimum criteria are met. We probably figure out that colon thing. The commission shall, it'd be this.
Oh yeah, these are alternatives.
This would be this would be the language instead, right? Okay,
Right,
the commission
right.
shall consider the following criteria in determining whether to allow a petition and authorize. So that's just a process difference. Commissioner Maynard.
Well,
that's a fair question, because I think if I remember correctly, Mina had said the reason why it was framed the other way was so that we didn't get presented for every idea, because it might be cumbersome, but maybe that's overstated.
We've seen other markets use that wording. So replacing the wording with the highlighted red would be reasonable for the industry.
So here's my concern with that, though, is I think we do want to make clear what our thresholds are and what our standards are. So I don't like putting all of this as optional depending on the day. I think we as a commission have certain thresholds, like the outcome can be verified. It is not likely to be affected by the bets. Like, this to me is sort of the minimum thresholds of what I would want to see. So I don't feel comfortable actually going to the highlighted red. I'm more comfortable with as proposed.
So to your point,
Commissioner O'Brien, let's think about Commissioner Maynard's concern. What would you
Mhm.
offer? What could
Well,
we
I think
offer?
we come down, we may come down substantively on different sides on whether or not something like that should be bet on. And that
Well, yeah, but-
goes again into maybe the public comment we just got,
Yeah,
which I
but-
kind of agree with.
Yeah, but let's, forgetting just substance in terms of just process, because maybe that's an example, but maybe not an easy example. But it does definitely, for me, it helped me understand the concern and the question. So what could we,
I would like, Madam Chair, if I may,
yes,
I would like the flexibility, and I said this earlier, to make that decision on a case-by-case basis. I'm now hearing GLI say this language is used in other jurisdictions. Commissioner O'Brien, to your earlier point, we did agree on this. I was trying to move it along and honestly kick it to another day, to live another day if we had to address it at that time. But we also went through and took a scalpel to other sections that I wouldn't have taken a scalpel to. So thinking about that now and Carrie bringing it back up, honestly, I would be more comfortable with having the opportunity to make this decision as it comes. That's me.
Yeah, and so for me, I think 4 does 2 things for me as written, which is 1, sets a minimum threshold down. Well, it sets the minimum threshold down in terms of what we say we're not going to tolerate unless it has this. I'm actually not only satisfied with it, I prefer it. And there's the added benefit of not getting inundated with things that to me might be questionable in nature and just overwhelm potentially our ability to approve, particularly as we start off on this.
could I have the screen taken down, please, so I can
Yep.
really share every box? Thank you, Carrie. Commissioner Skinner and Commissioner Hill, I haven't heard from you. Commissioner Hill, what are you thinking? Oh, there I
I
am.
think I'm still where I was before. I like the original language, and this is something that we need to deal with at a future date. Because I think there's a lot of unanswered questions in order for us to get the language that Commissioner Maynard wants and that Commissioner O'Brien is comfortable with. So I was a little surprised it came back up, to be honest.
Well, I think when we went back, Carrie quite properly raised it. And
I didn't
so,
raise it. I didn't
no,
raise it.
Carrie
Carrie
raised it.
Oh,
And
Carrie.
Yeah, my apologies if I misunderstood, but I thought when we left that section, you said you wanted to revisit once we got through the whole reg today.
I think I said, maybe, was this the one that I said, let's think about maybe another, was this it, or? did
I think it
forget?
was, Madam Chair.
Thank you for giving me that. It may not be the case, but I'll go with that. Thank you. And I do think probably I moved too quickly on that because I may not have explored Attorney Grossman's proposal well enough, and now we know that other jurisdictions use it. So I think, you know what, let's take a minute here. Make sure. So Commissioner Skinner, I haven't heard from you.
I think each of the commissioners were of the understanding that we were going to table this discussion until another day, until we were more informed about what it is that we're actually mandating here. So, or limiting here. So I don't have a reason to change my position on that.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask everybody, what are we, because I'm losing track now. What are we monitoring? What are we looking forward to? If we do keep this language and not entertain what now we hear other jurisdictions using, what are we looking at? Because I'm losing track.
Madam Chair, perhaps I could sort of try to explain what may be
Thank
the
you so
legal
much.
distinction between the two, if any, because actually there may not be as much daylight as it appears. There's sort of 2 separate issues going on here. One is whether you want the framing of what is provided to you I think Commissioner O'Brien used the phrase sort of minimum thresholds or minimum criteria that have to be satisfied before you even use your discretion to allow it. That's sort of that, and that's what would be these 5 criteria. The outcome is not determined by chance. It can be verified. It's conducted in a manner that ensures sufficient integrity, not likely affected by any wager placed. The outcome is not affected by the wagers themselves and is in conformity with all applicable laws. That's sort of one way to look at it is if you don't meet those criteria, you will not be approved. I believe the language that Todd suggested here would instead say that these are, the language would change slightly in each of them to say whether the outcome is determined solely by chance, whether the outcome can be verified, whether the outcome is conducted in a manner that ensures sufficient integrity control. So it sort of just, in a sense, changes whether or not the applicant would be denied if they don't meet that criteria versus whether you look at it instead. And then you and future commissions would have to make sense of what you're looking for in that criteria in order to approve that. So that's sort of one issue that's on the procedure and how it comes to you. I think the reason this came up was Commissioner Maynard's initial question about the first one of these criteria. I haven't heard any discussion of the others about whether you want to categorically at the moment exclude asks for outcomes determined solely by chance. Commissioner Maynard asked the very good question of, is that required by the statute? I don't believe it absolutely is. And then whether that restricts you too much if those events come up. I think that's really a separate issue than whether or not you consider it as a criteria or not at all. So there's really maybe two different ways to fix it, is whether or not to address the issue would be whether or not you want that to be a criteria, and then whether or not that's a minimum threshold or an evaluative criteria. I think that has to do more with process.
Madam Chair, can
So
I
the
ask a
substantive
clarifying-
question. Go ahead, Commissioner Maynard. Yes.
So what I'm hearing is that as written and as agreed upon earlier, the commission would bind itself to not be able to make these decisions on a case-by-case basis, but that the version that Todd laid out would make it more of a factor process, those sub-bullets, that we could make a decision on a case-by-case basis. To me, the second version would give the commission more latitude to make a decision on what is coming before us. And the reason I prefer that language is because I would like to have more latitude on what comes before us. And we can table the discussion to another day, which is fine, but I'm not sure that we'll get any more information that would change the structure, which is we're setting in stone and binding our hands versus we are giving ourselves the ability to make a decision as it comes in. I just want to articulate my point on why I prefer the Todd Grossman language that he put forward in the conversation.
Commissioners?
So I don't view it that way. I see it as right now, as written, we set up minimum standards. Once you meet those minimum standards, we as a commission have absolute discretion from there on out. And what I see in the proposed language is anything is potentially fair game because anything in those criterion could be then assessed. I think that's too broad, and I think it would invite abuse potentially. And I think it also would overwhelm us potentially in the beginning. So I actually think the more prudent approach is to do this. And if for some reason we find, you know what, we think that's okay, and this language is barring us, then at that point, the body comes back and says, okay, we need to tweak, and no disrespect to Todd's language, not necessarily Todd's language, but maybe that particular criterion that you were raising and what Mina talked about in the first one. And does that become more discretionary as opposed to the entire list of criterion becoming discretionary?
Okay, can I just pause on that? Should we, I think we've got the distinction in the process. Without going through B, C, D, and E, are we all sure that we are committed to A right now?
I am at this point.
And that's
until I learn more
because-
about this.
And that's because why? Can you explain it?
Because I think that as proposed originally, I think it gives us the guardrails that we need to go responsibly as we launch this. And I don't know enough about what might come in front of us.
I mean, substantively, why is it that we agree that the outcome is not determined solely by chance? Why is that? I'm asking because I'm not sure.
Because I think the ability for corruption and influence on something that's not purely by chance opens the door far broader than I am comfortable with. And I don't want to be in a role of then having to determine whether or not something was purely by chance or outside influence. I think that'd be a whole other query that I don't think we even have the staffing to get, or the expertise necessarily to get into.
And I'd present a different view, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
And I respect that, Commissioner O'Brien. And there are a whole host of events I would agree with you on. There are certain entertainment, and I used one, but there are others, right, that are currently up in the air. Jurisdictions are looking at them. We've seen information about them. GLI has presented information too about them. That for entertainment purposes, I believe there could be limits. That's caps. That's setting the lines a certain way that would allow for those entertainment values, to come forward. What I mean by that is that I would like the patron to have an opportunity in certain events, be able to enjoy themselves and place a wager on something. And I believe that when we're talking about multi-billion-dollar corporations that are publicly traded, engaging in certain events, that the risk to the public safety, there's a mitigation risk there. And there's an opportunity to mitigate what you're worried about, Commissioner O'Brien. And that would be my view. And I understand that it's different, and I respect your view.
Okay, now I'm going to just turn to other commissioners' thoughts on just subsection A and why we are committing to that. And if we need any help from GLI on this, I welcome it. Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I think, both Commissioner Maynard and Commissioner O'Brien make very good points. I was totally fine with the language as presented. Commissioner Maynard did raise a question, and I think it got us thinking about the nature of results in these in certain contests and certain events that I just don't think we know enough about. And before Commissioner Maynard raised it, I hadn't even given a thought as to by chance versus predetermination. So, when Commissioner O'Brien says that, we don't necessarily have the expertise to really dig into, what the behind the scenes operations are of, results determination, I just think that we do need to give ourselves some additional time to understand what other jurisdictions do along these lines. And I was comfortable when we had consensus earlier that we were going to do some more information gathering in order to be fully informed as to which direction we wanted to move in here. So I hope that helps. I do think that both my fellow commissioners make very legitimate arguments. And I'm glad I don't have to be the one deciding solely.
You may well be.
Yeah, I hope not.
1 of 5. Okay, Commissioner Hill.
I'll reiterate that I was fine with the language as proposed. We can move forward with that language today, and we can continue this discussion once we gather more information. Good points brought up by everybody today. But what is in front of us today, I'm very comfortable voting for and moving forward and coming back and readdressing as needed.
Okay, and now I have Kevin. If we all chat long enough, we'll get our GLI expertise. Help us understand the implications of A.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The intent of the proposed language was to provide the Commission with as much discretion as possible in considering new wagering types while providing some guidance to the industry as to what criteria would be considered. I think that the Commission has the authority to waive or take into other considerations as they choose with the language as it's written. And I think this is emblematic of the concept that we've talked about, that that you're moving into new territory here in some respects, whereas on the land-based casino side, everything's very prescriptive. You set out very strict operational rules on how money flows through the casino. You lock down all the software. You have the ability to go back and check it. You put a slot machine out there, it can sit there for 15 years without any alterations. This is much more dynamic. The marketplace is moving faster to respond to consumer demands. What does the public want? And so we have to take into consideration that there are wager types that haven't been invented yet that you may see 6 months from now. So we don't know what all the criteria are. So we think that the language proposed, as I mentioned earlier, gives the industry some guidance as to what kind of things you're going to think about, but it's not an exhaustive list. And we think it gives you ample discretion to evaluate and make decisions on any types of wagers that would be proposed. That gives enough freedom for the marketplace to react to what consumers want.
Can I rewrite this language because of the double negatives, Mina? In other words, nothing can come to the commission unless the outcome is determined solely by chance.
No, because actually that would not work in this case because I'll just use the sort of paradigm. A Major League Baseball game should not be determined solely by chance. Right.
Okay, so say it again.
The
The
other way around.
commission, nothing can come to us unless it is
Not determined solely by chance. The way this is written,
not determined.
solely by chance. So this is
I actually didn't even read my notes right. Unless the outcome is not determined.
solely.
So-
So in other words, it's a game of chance and therefore not, by definition, not a wagering event.
Not a wagering event. So is there other jurisdictions that do allow that? That to Commissioner Maynard's point, are there others that will allow the outcome if it's not determined solely by chance?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry that I did not note this language earlier because as we've talked about, I think it's important to bring up because I wonder if this maybe puts this issue to bed a little bit.
Thank you.
The definition of wager in the statute, actually, it's not the definition of sporting event or sports wager, which is where I expected it. It's the definition of wager. A sum of money or thing of value risked on an uncertain occurrence. So that there doesn't really, so it doesn't, but that's different than chance. I think the language and the event that Commissioner Maynard initially brought up is actually covered further up in this. We didn't actually talk about it. One of the prohibited categories of bets are events that are both predetermined and the public doesn't know the results. So that's one category. You could still consider those. We're only
the Oscar.
The Oscars or a scripted, God forbid, professional wrestling.
Where's that language, Mina? I'm sorry. Where's that language?
Is in 247.
Thank you.
Sorry, 247.01 H, which is at the very bottom of page 31. One of the prohibited categories is any sporting event or wager category in which the outcome has already been determined and is publicly known, right? So it's both of those. So you can't bet on a publicly known event, but the and is important because that would allow you to bet on the Oscars, again, assuming they fit other definitions. It would allow you to bet on scripted entertainment if that's the case. I think, and what Kevin and I are getting at for games of chance are, as I mentioned before, will it be heads or tails at the Super Bowl? At the coin flip at the Super Bowl, if the NBA lottery is in place, will the ping pong balls that determine who picks where land number 5 for the Celtics, right? There is no human element whatsoever. So I think what you're debating now is whether or not you want to consider those kinds of particular events as games of chance, or excuse me, not as things that might be proposed for wagers, where there is purely just chance. I hope I didn't complicate it.
No, this is where I was struggling because I felt like it had, but I think the definition of wager helps us. So back to Commissioner Maynard's earlier question. With the definition of wager, would it include Commissioner Maynard's, and without passing on anyone's thinking
Sure.
about the event itself, just.
Sure. I think you have tried to give meaning to the definition of wager in that, or you would be in that other prohibition I just mentioned, that whether the outcome is certain beforehand is different than whether it's certain and known to the public that it is certain. And there are protections around that. There are protections around knowing who the Oscar winner is and all of that. So that, again, I don't think is affected by this section 4A. I think we're talking about something else in section 4A, which are truly, to use the phrase, a toss of the dice, a spin of the wheel. There is no control over it by any human element, not the script writers at an event, not the athletes on a playing field, other than they're perhaps selecting, the heads or tails, which is not really control.
Can I ask this one more
Yeah.
way?
Yes.
Because I'm still struggling. So someone comes in to us 3 months from now and they have an event like this. I'm going to quit saying wrestling, but it's the perfect example. I'll say Oscars. We've used Oscars.
Oscars may not be a good example, though, Commissioner Maynard. I'm not sure.
But
Go ahead.
they come in and they say, "Dear Commission, we want to allow, right? We, your new licensee, want to allow this type of wagering." Does the regulation as written right now give me the opportunity to weigh whether we should do that or not? Or do I have to say, we've not met the chance piece, donezo, you're gone, can't do it, right? Or can I say yes? And I'm still having a hard time understanding whether or not I would have the ability to go yes or no on that.
Commissioner Maynard.
Yes, with respect to WWE, but no with respect to the coin toss at the beginning of the game. That's as I understand it.
Could you say that again, Commissioner Skinner, please?
So to answer Commissioner Maynard's question, that it would be yes with respect to events like WWE, but the answer would be no when it comes to the coin toss at the beginning of a game.
That'll be my understanding of the language as written as well. That's why I brought up that other example. This particular language does not, this section on its own does not prohibit the wagering or your consideration of wagering on predetermined events, as long as they're not known to the public, the results not known to the public. It would prohibit you from considering the coin flip, the purely chance type event.
Okay.
And the policy behind that is?
The policy behind that, and I think Kevin, you mentioned a phrase that to me articulates it, is that those are games of chance and are simply distinguishable from sports wagering, which involves betting on something happening in the world out there that, while we don't know exactly how it will turn out, there's a basis of data for someone to play the game of deciding, is it more likely to turn out this way or that on something other than pure probability or chance. And so I would sort of say the distinction, I mentioned the roulette example before. Roulette is a pure game of chance. Assuming it's a well-regulated table, the ball could end up anywhere, and neither the dealer, spinner, or me have any control over that. And that's different than the script writers. You could try to foresee what the script writer might do. You could try to foresee what kinds of performances typically win an Oscar, right? There's sort of data behind it that one could use in making their wager. You can't really do that in the coin flip other than to say, other than really conspiracy theories, frankly, about whether a coin is weighted one way or another.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, if I may, I think
I understand. Yes, this is very helpful because it's not I wanted you to continue. Go right ahead, Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one criteria that stands out here is the chance factor, because I think that it's hard to make an argument that the commission would approve a wager that can't be verified, or it's conducted in a manner that's outside the integrity controls, or it's not likely to be the outcome is not likely to be affected by a sports way. You wouldn't want the wager to affect the outcome, right? Like a match fixing scenario, and you certainly wouldn't want a wager that is not in conformance with all applicable laws. So the one discretionary item is there anything wrong from a integrity standpoint in allowing a wager on a coin flip or some similar analogy? And I think that's where would be the policy issue, I think, in front of the commission. And there's two ways to tackle it. It's either you take out the solely determined by chance, or you alter the language and say, where you say we shall not grant, and say in considering a new wager type, the commission shall evaluate at a minimum the following criteria or something along those lines. But either way, I mean, I'm mindful of one of my early mentors that used to say, Kevin, remember, whenever you write a rule, you're actually limiting your discretion. So I think that the intent from the drafters, from the GLI drafting team, was, again, to provide some guidance, to provide some categories where we would say, look, don't even bring this to us. Don't bring us an event wager where the outcome can't be verified, but allowing the commission as much discretion as possible to decide on things that people may not have even thought of yet.
Questions? We don't. So
I don't have a question other than a comment that it doesn't change where I stand on the language.
I think it helps to understand maybe one of the concerns you raised, which is on the idea that it's just a matter of corruption, because really it really does get into the definition of wager, and it is broader than perhaps our earlier discussion. So it's clarification on wager, what wager means, and what we would be really isolating. The truth is that we are going to have to approve events in that we can, work to assure all the integrity issues that Kevin was just raising. The interesting thing about it in sort of practical sense is when you flip a coin, as long as you know the coin has a head and a tail, it seems to be quite free of corruption. So I'm having a little bit of struggle thinking, why are we using that as our example? But it is certainly an event solely based on chance, and so I understand it more in terms of how sports betting takes place. I think about it as a wager more than and why it wouldn't be a good thing to wage on. But I think people do think that is a legitimate event to be able to bet on. The ordinary person may say, "Oh, that would be something I would want to bet on." Where's the toss? So it's interesting. That's all. It's an interesting example, Kevin. And I say that just because the ordinary somebody who is just loves to watch a good football game may say that that's the one thing that they would have liked to bet on. So, because it's very, very clear. But I understood it in terms of the wager definition. So for me, Mina, that was very, very helpful. In the and clause. Commissioners? All clear? All right. So I think Commissioner Maynard, did that help you get comfortable with the structure? Or would you like, understanding it does
I'm
limit
good.
discretion? You're good?
I'm good because I am just as entrenched as Commissioner O'Brien is. I will not vote to limit our discretion.
So, all right, so we'll wait to see what our motion is. Okay. You know what I think? It's 12:14. This is the conclusion of this particular presentation, right, Mina, on 205, 247?
Correct.
So before we take a bet, that too, maybe we can all place bets on how this is going to go. Before we take a vote on this, I know that I would like to be reflecting on the language a little bit more. And I would ask that we maybe take a short break and then return for consideration as to how we move forward on this. Does that make sense? Commissioners? Okay, so let's return it to 12:30. And then we'll move on after that to 205, 248. The one update I did want to say is that I know that on our agenda, item number 4, we're going to consider for discussion only the marketing affiliates and registrations. I am recommending that come off today's agenda. Director Lilios is ill. She's really integral to that conversation. It was only up for discussion, and I think we can combine that discussion in a future meeting. Does that make sense, commissioners? I'm seeing one thumbs up, nodding of head, and Commissioner Skinner thumb. Excellent. So we'll return to whether we move forward on a vote for 247, and then we'll go right to 248 at 12:30. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thank you, everyone. Because we're holding this meeting virtually, it's a reconvening of Massachusetts Gaming Commission meeting number 416, my apologies. I'll take a, I think I've got everyone. I'll take a Commissioner Skinner's, hopefully, there she is. I'll take a roll call. Commissioner O'Brien,
I am here.
Commissioner Hill,
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner,
I'm here.
and Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
So if you allow me, I'm struggling with just how the reg is written and hearing my fellow commissioners that there's, I know that there may be more of a consensus on one end, but I'm struggling a little bit, and I wonder if GLI and Nina, if you could help me out. I feel, and I may be, and I want the commissioners to correct me, but personally, I want to ensure that the language, and so I understand A through E, the intention is to probably restrict anything that will come to us that would compromise integrity. A wasn't as obvious to me, and I'm sort of struggling with that. And I wonder if after by chance there's something that could be added on. But I'm also struggling with the language that we start with, because as much as I see A through E is probably focused on integrity, I'm always wondering, I think, I can't remember if it was Joe or Gabe who said, but we also want to keep in mind innovation. And so I want to make sure that at the beginning, if in fact it's only about integrity, then I don't probably personally have a big problem of limits. But if it impacts the ability to hear in an innovative proposal, that it will never come to us because they're going to say we can't, meet A through E, then I might have concerns. Does that make sense, Mina? Can help me out if I'm not making any sense, and then commissioners chime in.
Yeah, it does. And so, I know we've talked about this one a bit, but just to clarify it, I was thinking a little bit about your, pointing out the double negative, Madam Chair, in the beginning. Another way to say for, just the language in for, would be to say simply, the commission may grant the petition and authorize a sporting event or wager category if the following minimum criteria are met. That's sort of the positive way to say it as opposed to the negative. So that's sort of, but those still mean the same thing. At the end of the day, what this does is it wouldn't limit innovation in any category, frankly, except for games determined solely or wagers determined solely by chance. The other things, and I think, Kevin, I believe, was the one that made this point, the other ones don't seem to be in dispute. You want the outcomes to be verified because that's an integrity issue. You want to make sure that there's sufficient integrity controls, obviously an integrity issue. You don't want it to be you don't want the fact that there are bets being made to influence the outcome, and it has to be legal. Right. So really the only one of these that acts more as a prohibition on categories of wagers writ large is A. And that's why I was emphasizing that before. Right. It doesn't now, I think it doesn't limit the one particular type of example we were talking about with respect to the Oscars or wrestling, but it would limit, I would say, if this was on the books today and you asked us, can we accept something on a coin flip, the answer would be difficult to fit that in. Maybe under some circumstances, but it'd be really difficult to say that that's not solely by chance.
And forgive me, the reason why we don't accept that is more about sports betting as a business model than as an integrity issue. Or if it's an integrity issue, could you give me another example other than the coin toss? Kevin, maybe, or Gabe, or
Yes.
So,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I could possibly add in here. Halftime show length is an example.
Live to the
Another-
national anthem.
that's predetermined. It could be predetermined.
Here's
be
really,
anything.
here's really one that'll hit home. The
Okay.
color of Gatorade that's going to get thrown on the coach, the winning coach at the game. Right? The color of the Gatorade.
We wouldn't be able to determine. That's integrity, though, right? That's what you're saying? Because somebody could have told the.
It's both.
Right.
Yeah, it's both.
That's
But that, I mean, right? If someone's going to throw color at Gatorade, there's probably a lot of people that are going to know what color that Gatorade's going to be.
Well, that's not totally by chance.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't describe that by chance because the players, again, if someone was really into this, and I don't want to get into silly season, they could research what kind of Gatorade is typically on the winning team sideline, what the star player prefers, etc. It really is, it's hard to think of ones that aren't a roll of the dice, a coin flip, a bouncing ping pong ball, something like that. So I don't, I can't say that it doesn't have any integrity piece. I think for me, at least in my side of the drafting of this particular provision was intended more to align with what is sort of within the role of a sports wager versus a wager on a game of chance, I think is a phrase that Kevin mentioned. So this is a policy call for the commission, whether or not you want to bind yourself against these.
I would say potentially, there is a way to clarify that to say solely determined on a game of chance. That way you take out because a game of chance really, now we're getting into slot machines. And I think really what we're trying to prevent is wagering on another guy playing a slot machine or another guy playing another game, another pure chance-based game.
Yeah. So
that's helpful. That's helpful.
I'll let Kevin speak over me here as my filter here. But I look at the rule and it says that the public can petition the commission for a approval of a sport, wagering, or event category. Okay. So I, Joseph Bartlett, formerly of Millbury, Massachusetts, petitions the commission to have Joe's Wheel bet on at 4:00 today. And I'm taking sports bet on that action. This is my game and I'm going to get it. I want the commission to approve this game where, it's got 12 slices and I pay out only 10-1 and I get 12 people to bet on this wheel and I spin it. And you're sports wagering because you're all pooling it, you're all betting into me on this wheel, but the outcome is, this unregulated game of chance. And this instantly filters out all those type of wild type proposals that could possibly happen. And trust me, they are out there. So that's the framework. And here's the thing, in the end, the commission is granted the right here to approve or disapprove my event, Joe's wheel spin at 4:00, and my bet type, no matter what. So in the end, the framework here is for you guys to decide on what's allowed and what's not. And Kevin, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think the sole issue before the commission is whether you want something that is solely determined by chance to be strictly disqualified, or whether you want to move that criteria to paragraph 3 and have the operator describe how the element of chance plays into the bet proposed and leave it to the discretion of the commission to evaluate how chance impacts that. I'll read a statement from our math team that was on a completely different issue, but I remembered it from a really old email. And it was about the issue of skill versus chance. And one of our senior math people said, let me first start by emphasizing we do not test or offer an opinion that skill is a dominant factor over chance or vice versa. A mathematical formula for making this decision does not exist. It is an opinion that can be formulated by a person or an evaluating body. Our testing is to provide empirical evidence that supports the claim that an element of skill exists within the game under the conditions the game was tested. So that just shows you mathematically how complicated this can get.
Yeah.
And you just need to make a decision whether you want it to be automatically disqualifying or whether you want to be able to consider it.
Yeah, so I would like to just add one quick note on top of that, that in a real world jurisdiction, Colorado has a similar clause about the chance, and the operators, suppliers, public of Colorado have brought forward, can we bet on the Puppy Bowl? And their response was integrity issue / chance, because who knows which way a puppy's going to go.
Yeah.
So, this was an actual thing brought to the commission, even with that agreed upon regulation in place. So, and they had the discretion of saying like, no, here's why.
So to Kevin's point, if we put it into the other section, then this section 4 would be really restricted to integrity guardrails. I'll use that word. And putting into 3 would mean that the commission would have more discretion to perhaps entertain something that one might say, well, it's solely by chance, but an operator might say, well, I've got an argument, and let me put it forth in front of you. Does that work? And commissioners, I'm just looking for your input. Mina, what are you thinking when you heard Kevin's proposal?
I think Kevin nailed it on the head of what the question is before you is, do you want to say no to those now, or do you want to have them described to you and then you could say no or yes or no? I think that would address that particular issue, to move it to a whether, et cetera. The outcome is determined solely by chance as a criteria, and 3 that they have to describe to you.
So if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's another issue when we're getting into the policy question of this, which is responsible gaming and whether we want people being able to get online and bet on things like that. I would want to hear, out of curiosity, how many jurisdictions do allow it and whether there's an RG component to allowing pure games of chance.
Did Mark have an opinion on that?
I don't know.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
couldn't that be weighed? Couldn't that issue, and it's a legitimate issue, Commissioner O'Brien, couldn't that be weighed on a case-by-case basis?
I personally would want to know about it before I even open it up as options. That's my view on it. That we've been talking about this for quite some time. I'd be curious to know what that component of this is, if we're going to be continuing on with this, or whether we get that information of other jurisdictions and RG and come back and finalize this the 29th or the 3rd.
So if I could just add some context, this would just be another potential event or wager, and we're going to be evaluating lots of those, all taking into consideration our complete prioritization and commitment to responsible gaming and protecting patrons. So I don't think we necessarily need to sort that answer out for this particular issue. I think what the struggle is.
I would respectfully disagree, Madam Chair, on that one.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that analysis on this one. I think whether we as a commission are allowing this is a broader question than put it in and then we'll deal with it case by case later. So I don't necessarily agree with that characterization on that.
Okay, I was just going to say, I think part of the problem that we're struggling with is A almost seems misplaced a bit from the others.
Sorry, I tried to raise my hand. I think I clapped, so please disregard.
I like clapping too. Thank you.
I'd love to hear Mark's opinion on this if he's on, but from an RG perspective, I mean, problem gambling generally is an impulse control disorder. And I don't know that whether it's a game of chance or a sports wager has a material impact on whether a person either has a problem or develops a problem or exacerbates the problem that they have. It would be something that would be interesting to study, but based on the research that I'm aware of, I would not see a RG connection here.
Keep in mind too that many jurisdictions have already authorized full. So the whole thing with the game is a game solely determined by a game of chance is you'd be closing out iGaming effectively at this point, which is fine. That's directly under your regulations. Other states have iGaming, but it's usually typically under a separate regulation. So if you changed it either how Kevin mentioned it, where how chance factors into it, or if you change it to solely determined by a game of chance, then that prevents someone from wagering on Joe's wheel at 4 o'clock, to use an earlier example. But at the end of the day, the commission still has discretion. If it says you can't do this and an operator submits a petition for it, you could turn around and say no. But you're also forced in the way it's worded now to say no, even if someone makes an argument that it would be okay to say yes. Whereas using the modified verbiage of what Todd had, or by moving it into the previous section, as Kevin mentioned, still enables the commission the ability to say yes, but it does not supersede any ability of them to say no.
Commissioners, I think I see, Mark, that you've joined. If you want to weigh in on this issue, that's fine, but I understand it's a little bit of a nuanced discussion, Director.
Yeah, I think I think you're right, Madam Chair. And I had just sat back down and I heard the RG discussion, so I feel like I need to get some more information before I can weigh in. Thank you.
There'll be a lot of events to weigh in on, that's for sure. So commissioners, we've got, we had a little bit of a fix offered from, there's Kevin's hand up again. I'm going to let him elaborate because I was about to quote him.
I think that was my hand from previously. Let me figure out how to put it down.
That's okay, as long as I know.
Okay, there we go.
I wanted to make sure not to miss you.
At least I didn't clap again.
Commissioners, so we have Kevin's recommendation that perhaps go into, and maybe we need to see that, Carrie, where it might go, and that would offer some discretion over that particular issue versus B, C, D, E, and I just lost my page. I forget if there's an F or not. And that would allow discretion over what was the original A in subsection 4. And
Madam Chair, I was going to ask that. I was going to ask to see the language again, because I was wondering if there is a compromise along the lines of what you just suggested.
Yeah, so Kevin is suggesting it's maybe not a compromise. I want to make sure that as the other subsections are very clearly tied to the issue of integrity. And I think A is harder because it's almost a it's more of a little bit of an offering issue. And there's always integrity on every offering. Every offering is always going to be integrity filled. So if we look up and if we think about what Kevin was saying, I think that's maybe where you were going, Kevin. You can elaborate, and maybe Carrie can bring it up, the reg up, and Kevin, you could say what you were suggesting, because I haven't been able to follow it exactly.
And as a reminder, the other reason, my understanding they did it was to not have us overwhelmed in the beginning. If I heard them correctly, that was part of the other rationale for putting A in there at the time, but maybe I misheard that.
No, you did initially, and I wonder if Mina stands by that. But I did hear too that then other jurisdictions have the language that Todd offered. So keep that in mind as well. That was the second factor. So Kevin,
If somebody could also just give us how many jurisdictions have the language and allow it, that would be helpful for me.
okay. Kevin, if we could look at the language that you were going to propose, please. And we're again.
Kevin, let me know if this is not what you had in mind. I just put something in the O3 section, but hold on 1 second.
Can you enlarge it just a little bit for us, please?
Yep.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yes, yeah, yes, Carrie, that's exactly. So it would go into the petition.
What section is this?
It's 0.033.
Yeah. And the only thing I would add is if you choose to do this, is you might build it out a little more and ask them to explain how the element of chance would not affect the integrity of the event or wager.
So
Something,
comma, like a semicolon, put a comma, or the outcome of the sport is determined, and how, and add that language maybe.
Or maybe a sub under 5. If
Mina's not, I think Mina's got a concern. Let's go with it.
Yeah, I just want to be, I know we have focused a lot on this one issue today, but let's keep in mind that this is one category of games that might come before you. You're going to consider integrity for all others. And when you
Yes.
put language in connection with one issue, it suggests sometimes that that's where it matters and not anywhere else. So I would actually say leave it as is. What I might say is whether and to what extent the outcome of the sporting event or wager category is determined solely by chance.
That's
And
good.
that gets you to that same point. And not to disagree with Kevin that you want to analyze that, but you're going to do that whether it's a bet on a brand new sport that is clearly not by chance or this.
Yes, and the RG considerations, integrity, and consumer protections, all those overriding issues. Fair, I mean, a good reminder. Okay, so commissioners, let's discuss this on potential solve and see if it gets close to perhaps what Commissioner Maynard raised, and then I'll hear from each of you. Let's keep the language up for a minute. Everybody digest it.
What would be the
Commissioner
changes?
Skinner.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. What would be the changes to that other section that references?
Okay, so the one that this is in section 3 now, and then section 4 that would we would take out that subsection A.
Okay. And then
That's solely
the
by
original-
chance one. And
Yeah,
it would
and
come
then
up.
the original language would remain as to all of the other sub sections.
I think that's right.
Okay.
And then this becomes part of a petition for a new event.
I like this because I'm, as you were, describing sort of the misplacement, if you will, of that particular section in the reg. I'm seeing it a little bit more the way you see it in terms of an offering rather than something that is exclusively tied to integrity.
Okay, I thank you, Commissioner Skinner, and I can return back to you, but now I'll hear from Commissioner Hill because I haven't heard from him for a bit.
I'm looking at the language and I think I want to call it compromise language. I think it addresses what Commissioner Maynard had in mind. And if he's okay with this, then I'm okay with adopting it and moving forward.
Okay. And I know Commissioner O'Brien, we've heard from you briefly on this, so I'm going to now turn to Commissioner Jordan, Commissioner Maynard.
You can call me Commissioner Jordan.
Commissioner Jordan.
I think it definitely goes a long way in addressing my concerns, which have always been that I want the commission to be able to take up as many events as the marketplace can dream up and make a decision case by case on it. So this definitely goes a long way to getting me to a yes.
Okay. So Commissioner O'Brien, how do you feel about this with this potential fix? And now if we could take it down so I can see faces.
So as a policy matter and particularly launching, it doesn't solve the concerns that I had. I prefer the original language. But if it works for everybody else, then you can go ahead and take your vote.
Okay. GLI, I'm hearing it from Kevin Mullally as a good fix without compromise. Do we stand by that? Kevin?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
That you stand by it, that it's not a compromise to the integrity piece that, that compared to the original, that it might be more of a clarification as opposed to a compromise on integrity.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's, again, I'm not a commissioner. I just offering you as many options as possible. I don't think it certainly compromises the integrity. You have the ability to say yes and no. It's just with the guardrails that you put up, the other criteria, I think, can be universally agreed upon are major integrity problems. And it's frankly just a policy decision for you as to whether something is solely based on chance, whether that falls within those, whether that's aligned with those other categories, or whether that's a factor that the commission should consider when evaluating a wager type. And again, we have, from a lab perspective, we can do whatever you want to do. It's your preference and your policy decision.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now turn to our in-house counsel, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, I think it gets you where you want to go, at least what the majority has talked about. I mean, it offers a little bit more discretion than the initial language that was proposed.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the question then, unless I hear any other questions from the commissioners. Okay, for discussion, we do want to, if we're comfortable, we could move forward on this this particular reg, which is 205 CMR 247.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the commission approve the small business impact statement in the draft 205 CMR 247 as amended in our conversation today and as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed. I further move that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth by emergency and thereafter to begin the regulation promulgation process. I further move that staff shall be authorized to modify chapter or section number or titles to file additional regulation sections as reserved or to make any other administrative changes as necessary to execute the regulation promulgation process.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further questions or edits? And that would, do we need to go through the edits one more time for the record? Mina?
I think legal should, list off.
I'm happy to try to run through the 4 edits and
Do you want me to I can show them or list the section numbers?
Yes, please,
At least
Kimmy.
list them, yeah.
yeah, mine.
So it's 247.033. That's the one that we just did. 247.034. 247.066. 247.077 and 247.079.
Any further clarification on that needed, commissioners? All set? All right, then I'll take the vote. Commissioner O'Brien.
Nay.
Okay, Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So 4-1. Thank you. So now we'll move on, and I'm looking at the time, it's 1:04. Do we need to break for lunch or can we continue on? Continue on for a bit, okay? Moving on then to, on our agenda is 205 CMR 248. That's on account management.
So Madam Chair, I think I am up for this one as well. And Carrie and I talked offline. I think that I'll give a brief introduction this time. This is what it sounds like. These are the rules for the management of patron accounts. There are 19 subsections. Once again, just like the last one, there's some intricacies, but so I will try to get through some of the big picture items and some issues that we I know we wanted to flag to note or talk about. A lot of this dovetails with some of the provisions we talked about last week in 138 and 238. In particular, as you're looking at this, I want you to remember the conversation we had about privacy and data security issues, which was inserted as a new part of 138. It now applies will apply for both mobile and in person, because that is one of the safeguards here on the privacy side, although there are also safeguards for other issues affecting the patron experience, responsible gaming, proper access to the account, et cetera. And as I said before, if others on the team notice that I've gone past something that we intended to address directly, please feel free to stop me. 248.01 and 02 kind of set out some of the basics. Sports wagering accounts may be used, so there may be, you can set up an account, or operators may offer that. Only wagers through mobile applications or digital platforms have to use a sports wagering account. That's 248.013. And I apologize, I meant to mention 2, which is that the patron is the only person that can have an account. They're not transferable, and it is limited to one account per person, which I'm not seeing directly here, but I believe is in a later section. So again, this is I had a lag on my end, so just make sure everyone, you could hear me at least. No problems there, okay. Account registration 248.03, this is where the collection of data regarding the patron comes into play. This information allows the operator to have a system and dovetails with their internal controls for making sure that folks who are not permitted due to age or disqualification or self-exclusion or otherwise to hold an account at the moment are being registered for accounts. So that's sort of the verification piece of it and the input. Again, this is one of those sections that's lengthy, but the reason for that is to capture the necessary details for it. I'm going a bit fast, so please stop me if you need to. 04 is tied to the same piece. This is the age and identity verification. The 20 you have to have a method for verifying age, including electronic verification. There's a provision in here that says the section shall not be construed to prevent a restricted person from creating a sports wagering account and depositing funds. So that's a little bit different. That has to do with, I believe, and Jill, I can correct me if I'm wrong, is it might be for employees or others, but it's not to allow underage wagering by any means. It also gives the operator, this is where some of this section and an earlier section 248.02, I want to say, give the operator some discretion to refuse to open accounts if they see suspicious behavior or that they have good reason to believe that there is an issue with the person's qualification to open an account. 24805 is the section I mentioned before, limitation of one account per person. And that there's a way to, if somebody tries to register multiple accounts, that there's a way to stop that and also have a procedure perhaps to deactivate all their accounts if they're trying to kind of get around the system in one way or another. 24806 has to do with the terms and conditions and privacy policies. As with other regs we've talked about, the focus here is on transparency and disclosure to the patron, and making sure that there is a readily accessible terms and conditions and privacy policy for anyone who might be setting up an account that goes through a whole host of things, including how they deal with lost password, everything from lost passwords or what they can do with the money in their account, et cetera. Page 50, section 3, subsection 3 here, this has to do with, again, the privacy policies, including at a minimum the protections under Chapter 93H, and the access to personally identifiable information. A question I believe that was raised last time that isn't necessarily covered directly here, but it's a good opportunity to mention it, is under the internal controls regs, 93H and I believe it's 201 CMR 117 are the sort of Commonwealth's data privacy and data breach notification procedures. And we had added in the internal controls regs a requirement that the commission also receive notice. And one question was, what if the data notification that happens under state law is late, is not well done, and due to reasonable enforcement and prosecution choices on other state agencies, that kind of goes unchecked. What can the commission do about it? And the short answer to that is by placing it there and here, you have also made it a requirement of your regulations. And so your enforcement of your regulations would also include enforcement of the requirement to comply with 93H and 201 CMR. So there's a sort of added layer of protection where the commission can step in if patrons' information is leaked and proper measures aren't taken to respond to them. 24807 is account access. It has to do with, again, how patrons access their accounts using password and username or alternative secure authentication credential to really ensure that only the patron has access to their account. This gets into some of the sort of tech standards for making sure that that's are following best practices elsewhere on how to secure accounts.
Nina, I have a
Yes.
question
Yeah.
on 07.
Sure.
I think we've had some presentations where there's the option for a dual factor authentication to actually set up your account, and not just when it looks like it's needs to be deployed for retrieval. I'm wondering if, I understand that not every patron wants to deal with that's additional friction for that, they just don't want that. I wonder if it would be really off industry standards to require that there's an option available for that upon setting up your account. If we're going to mandate that they have to have it available for retrieval, I wonder if they need to at least give the option for patrons.
Well, just to chime in here, the option here is specifically for password retrieval. So it's not for like just logging into your account your day to day.
I understand, and I'm wondering if we should give patrons the option to be able to use a dual factor authentication for logging in to make their account more secure. We've had an inquiry from the media on this, and so it's not coming out of thin air. But I also don't know if would be a huge back end requirement on operators for their device.
Right. We'd have to circle back to you on that one, on whether or not. So basically, what we've seen in other markets is they require two-factor authentication for specific scenarios. So if your account is locked,
right,
or if you need to retrieve your password. But as far as requiring it on every login, New Jersey is the only one who.
Not requiring it, making it available as an option for the patron, because I understand some patrons don't want to deal with that. I understand that. But some may want that additional security. That's really my ask, Mike. Not require, but they make it available as an option. So is that what you're saying the requirement is, that they require as an option?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can take a look at other markets and see which markets require that as an option. I don't know off the top of my head
Yeah. I guess I'm wondering if most operators offer it now, because we've seen it.
I think more operators are offering it as like a best practice rather than as a business decision, because they don't want bad press, like the recent breach in one of the operators.
Yeah. So, commissioners, I just throw that out. It was a question that came through our communications director, and honestly, I think that I had already noted it in at least one of our presentations that it was an option available. So, so it was a while ago, but this kind of begs for it if we want to say, what, you need to make it at least an option for patrons, or if that's just too much of a business burden.
Madam Chair, this is I apologize to jump in. This is more of a question for GLI, or as they look at this for other places too. I'm aware, and I'm your lawyer, not your IT professional, that there are multi-factor authentication apps and websites that are available that allow somebody to sort of add other passwords that they, for instance, that if a patron wanted to, could perhaps tie their account to one of those apps so that they would be required, or anybody else trying to log into their account would be. And I guess one question for operators would be, is there anything in their setup that blocks the use of those at a minimum? So that because I know, for instance, we have one here in our office that I have now used for other features.
Good question.
The only jurisdiction that actually requires it now is New Jersey.
Do they require the option, or do they require
to
that
log in? No, actually, I believe the standard requires that when a person uses two-factor auth on one device, the platform they don't have to re-auth for 14 days upon login. But when they go to access their account on a new device, two-factor auth is required. And they have a June 30th deadline. I could be corrected here because I'm doing this live, to comply. And I believe that is 2023. So New Jersey is the only one. This is recent. I want to say October this year. So.
Commissioners, I don't mean to interrupt the flow here, but that was just a thought. If we want to put it in the parking lot and think about whether or not we want to ask for it to be an opt-in, at least an opt-in requirement by a certain date. Seems to me if they have to have a multi-factor authentication process for the retrieval, then probably the framework, the technological framework is probably there. So, Gabe, are you leaning in?
I was just going to add to what Joe said. Pennsylvania actually joined New Jersey. So they're the only two states so far in the US that are requiring the multi-factor authorization or authentication for their sports betting apps. And I think they have to implement it by the end of this year. So they are another one.
So they're requiring it upon login, not even an opting, not even a patron opt-in, or is it so that the patrons can opt in if they want?
I'm just trying
It's
to
hard to understand the language, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't necessarily
I am,
interpret
and
at times. So bear with me.
well, those aren't two bad states. Those are two pretty good states to be looking at. We certainly have relied on New Jersey and Pennsylvania for guidance in the past. Some commissioners, maybe Carrie can get that language and we can from GLI and see if we want to do something as Mina continues. Would that make sense? Just in light of the progress? I'm not hearing any objections, so let's keep, oh, Commissioner Maynard?
No, I'm saying I support them.
Okay, good. All right. Then Mina, if you could continue, then maybe Carrie can get
Sure.
that language at Pennsylvania and New Jersey's entertaining. Thanks, GLI.
Sure, and we can talk about that language at the end.
Thank you.
248.08, this is the account balance. This is a very simple reg, but I only noted because portion of the reg, that it's sort of another check and balance on making sure there's no gambling on credit, or excuse me, sports wagering on credit, because you can't place a wager if your account falls below zero. The 248.09 and 10, starts getting into sort of how the transactions happen in an account. There 248.09 simply gets into a confirmation or denial of transactions so that you know they happened. 248.10 repeats what we talked about at 247, the methods in which you can fund an account, including the language in 248.10.3 on page 52 regarding credit. That's where we got that language from that we talked about in the earlier reg in 247. You have to, again, follow your system of internal controls under 4, and so on. So that's sort of the funding piece of it, of how an account is funded. 248.11 has to do with failed funds transfers. That again, kind of as a sort of basic account control. 248.12, yet another set of protections for the account having to do with withdrawals to prevent unauthorized withdrawals. The 248.12.2, I'll just note, is a provision that addresses the requirement that a patron has to be allowed to withdraw their funds from their account without further solicitation or promotion in which the funds are deposited. So you you're not encouraged to put it back in if you want to at that point to take money out. An account, a request for withdrawals is a sort of limited time period on which to be able to get the money out. That was inserted just to make sure that this isn't sitting out there for a while where someone's trying to get their money. The 248.13, 14, really 15, all three really have to do with auditing and kind of control of the account, making sure that the numbers are correct and that they're properly adjusted. 16, this ties to some of the responsible gaming regs I believe you already implemented, that you have to be able to set deposit limits. Has to be an option on an account, and any decrease or limit is effective immediately. There isn't sort of a wait period on that. This is intended to be consistent with the statute, and again, the efforts you've made around responsible gaming. 248.17 gets to account suspension and restoration. There are provisions for when an account is suspended, when a patron requires it. if a patron says, I want to suspend my account, that has to last at least 72 hours. The commission may suspend accounts. An operator determines a prohibited person has an account, that could be a reason to do it. Or if there are sort of red flags like an illegal activity, negative balance, violation of terms and conditions, an operator can do it. Then this sort of explains, section 2 explains sort of the obvious things about what happens when an account's suspended. It sort of prevents the patron from using it at that point, withdrawing funds unless funds have cleared. You want to be careful that folks aren't trying to suspend an account just to take money out they're not supposed to. That's all 4817. And 3, is how to lift a suspension. If there was a temporary suspension by the person, that sort of automatically gets restored, or if the commission authorizes it. Again, if someone's no longer prohibited, or sort of the investigation on something has cleared the reason for the suspension. 24818 is closure of accounts. Patrons are permitted to at any time close a sports wagering account, and sports wagering operators can also close accounts on their own if a patron makes repeat attempts to operate with an insufficient balance, so that they sort of seem to be trying to wager on credit and can't. That's another red flag. Remaining balance in an account has to be refunded within 5 business days to the patron at that point, once an account is closed, and again, provided the funds have cleared. So those are sort of the major account controls. Last piece, and this one does have a slight change, is abandoned funds and dormant accounts. We modeled this largely, I believe, under what you might already have, I think, in the gaming side. And Todd also communicated with the state treasurer's office to make sure, see if they had any comments. They did have one slight comment that I think Carrie will put on the screen in section 1. But they otherwise, I believe, Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, we're comfortable with this language. And this is, Carrie, if you don't mind putting that language up, that would be perfect. Very small edit. Just to add that sports wagers, customer generated deposits or customer generated withdrawals are what are considered activity, as opposed to, for instance, the adjustments or credits that I mentioned before, which might be operator generated. Excuse me. So in other words, an account would be dormant even if there have been sort of automatic adjustments being made or promotional credits being added if the patron has not accessed it. That's the idea behind it.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah. So that is it for these. We can return now, if you'd like, to 24807, which is the one we were talking about before, unless there are questions on any of this.
Can I also raise one other issue? First off, I want to check with the, maybe Commissioner O'Brien, you were thinking something that I'm thinking of. Commissioner O'Brien.
Well, the only thing I want to make sure that we have in the calendar to go back to is we have a discrepancy right now. The money that's put in by patrons into their ADW accounts on the parimutuel side is not treated as abandoned property when it's inactive for 3 years. And we had talked about wanting to make sure that we were treating these similarly. And so I am all for treating the 3-year, quiet accounts as abandoned property and turning it over to the treasurer's office. But I do want us to remember to circle back to the reg that deals with this in ADW, because it's not handled that way right now.
Another to do.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. And Commissioner O'Brien, I'm going to ask if you can just keep that on your to-do so that we don't lose track of that. Okay. Thank you. Before we go on, I am hesitant to raise this issue, but we certainly have talked about it in our evaluation. I'm just not sure if it falls under this reg or elsewhere, and I'm not sure if there'll be a debate. it is the issue that raises some equity issues around, and some other, there's been some other issues that have come up. It's the pre-registration of accounts before the license is issued, as well as the preloading of accounts before the before the license actually issues. Is that, I bet that's on your checklist, but is it going to go somewhere else, Mina?
Thank you for raising that, Madam Chair. I neglected to say that I meant to. It is not covered in this reg expressly. However, keep in mind that as you approve internal controls, less so house rules, but as you approve internal controls and as you go from license to operating certificate, you're going to have to go through that piece of it. So that is one place where I believe it would be. I recognize that this may have come up during some of the conversations around licensing, and so we had not put it into this initial draft one way or another. The reality is only a sports wagering operator can even solicit or sort of set up accounts. So in theory, they'd have to get their license first. So now we're talking about, that period in between really is yet to come, because no one has officially, been given the license. You've had a vote, I believe, on one or two. But
so to that point, we have had, right, Executive Director Wells had some either current licensees under 23K or potential licensees under 23, and asked for guidance on that. We've also heard from GLI that that's kind of standard practice right now, that pre-registration would be taking place. And so I hear Nina say, well, that's actually not what they can do. I think that's, or maybe you didn't say it that way. Nina.
no, I guess I would say this reg doesn't address it one way or another. I think the argument that I think the sort of tough part, and why I can understand the applicants asking, is all of this is worded as the operator may do this or that. And if I were representing an operator, I might ask the question, at what point do I become an operator that can start doing these things or not? And so I think it's an open
Very
question.
helpful, very helpful. So I think I hear Mina suggesting, well, it might come later in our discussion, but I wonder if that's fair, because we've got those questions in front of us. I don't think it's right for today's discussion, but we do need to get this on the agenda, and then figure out where it fits in the regulatory scheme. I think it's been on our list. So wheels are turning, I can see, for where we might want to put this in. First off, do we all agree it's worthy of some policy discussion, or would we be able to give our team direction right today? I'm all ears, commissioners.
I think it's worthy of further discussion. In fact, I think that's necessary. I'm not prepared to make a policy decision on that question today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I would like to see them not be able to load accounts, certainly until they've actually gotten their certificate of operation. Because to me, we've had a couple people who've flipped a switch inadvertently a little early. So even if they're going to start registering people, loading the accounts, in my view, and we can absolutely table this if Commissioner Skinner's not ready, but I don't think they should be loading them for the Massachusetts until they know that person can actually operate in Massachusetts.
Agreed. Yep, agreed.
So that's okay. Commissioner Maynard.
I wouldn't deviate from the industry standard, but that said, I would want Commissioner Skinner to have the time she needs.
So could you just say your first part?
Sorry, I would not deviate from the industry standard as it's been explained to me. But that said, I would want Commissioner Skinner to have time to make a decision.
So I need more information on it. I've indicated the equity issue, and I think perhaps Commissioner Maynard, you've also echoed that. There's the equity issue, but then there's also, I wonder if there are guardrails we could establish around the, risks that, we want to prevent. So I could use more time. So I'm in agreement with that. And I think I'm hearing that there's probably no objection to getting more information. We'll just need to figure out our calendar. So Karen is nodding her head. We'll do that. And certainly we have heard the operators and we want to be attentive to them on that. So it needs to be prioritized. And then Mina will have to figure out where it fits into the regulatory scheme, if at all. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to the extent that, again, this, that if it needs to be reopened in here, I can see a place for it in here, but it could also go into we're working on the sort of form of the license itself. That may be a place where it goes. That's not in the regulation, but also some of the finance regs are being finalized and should come before you in January. So there may be another opportunity there.
okay, excellent. So then we go back to more of the, a little bit more pedestrian, which was about the dual authentication.
Yeah, real quick, I managed to consult with my team here, and we looked up and we found at least one market that we know of offhand who requires multi-factor authentication or the ability to use multi-factor authentication, and that would be Ontario. And definitely, I don't foresee there being an issue if that got appended to 248.071. That.
And so you made a distinction now, not New Jersey and Pennsylvania, that they right now they have it for the future, right? And Ontario has it current. Is that the difference?
So there's two things that, well, I'll go in order. So the original inquiry was, is there any jurisdictions who require the ability to opt in for multi-factor authentication upon each login? And that was the research I had conducted, but there was also the additional research that Gabe and Joe conducted that yielded New Jersey and Pennsylvania have more of a device side multi-factor authentication or device side re-authentication, which is addressed somewhat within GLI 33, which talks about, a shorter, like a shorter form method of authentication versus a long form method of authentication. So a short form would be like facial recognition, something like that. But really here, what I found was for Ontario, they have a requirement that says patrons must be given the option to use multi-factor authentication when accessing their account. And I think that wording would best answer.
Okay, so that's really helpful. So commissioners, how much do we care about this issue? For the secure, for the patrons as an option? Do we want to impose it now without?
I think the option should definitely be available.
I agree.
I also agree.
Commissioner Hill?
As long as we're not mandating and giving them the option, would be okay with that.
For the patrons.
Yep.
And and to the extent that we've already seen, I think in the demonstrations, at least two of them showed the dual authentication. I'm not hearing from GLI that it's probably a big business obstruction. But they may not want to weigh in on that. That's okay. So commissioners, I think we have a consensus. Let's put that in and we'll have it out for public opinion, public comment, and we'll get our input that way from the operators.
Can I, apologies, Madam Chair. I think I missed the exact language that we wanted to add.
I don't know if we offered it.
Oh, okay.
So, Madam Chair, and Carrie, I'm sorry to ask you to do this again, if you don't mind pulling up the language.
Yeah, sure.
The way I heard it, and maybe this is same intent, I may not have captured the exact Ontario language, is I would put at the beginning of 248.07.3. I would add in, excuse me for a second, a multi-factor authentication process shall be available for use by all patrons to access their accounts. And then I would say, in addition, a multi-factor authentication process shall be employed for the retrieval or reset of a patron's forgotten, and I guess I would add after that, or lost authentication credentials.
We just sent over some draft wording, or at least Gabe did.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think it was to the same effect. Either one works. I just said.
I like giving the option, or else if, after your language where it shall be available but not be required, maybe it's clear in the Ontario language that it's truly an opt-in.
This is the oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, apologies.
Go right ahead.
This is the language that Mina just read. I think.
Yes.
Sorry, Carrie, that was just intended to replace 3 rather than 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But go in front of 3, right?
I think it captures all of it. I think it ended up replacing.
Oh, okay.
But I'm certainly, just as comfortable. I had written that up just before Mike found the Ontario language, so either one is fine with me.
I think it's important to have the option, because the way I'm reading it would be that, someone might interpret it as it's required for everyone to access their accounts, that the multi-factor authentication must be always used.
How about be
that's
available but not be required for use?
I'm really not wed to my language, Madam
Okay.
Chair. We can take the Ontario language for this.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Ontario's doing a great job.
Is this
gladly?
I apologize for sort of dumping language on the screen here. This is the language from Joe.
So, Carrie, just to walk everyone through it, I think this would replace the first sentence.
Yep.
But not the second. Of the red, sorry. Yeah, so just replace, right, everything before that.
Okay. Sorry about this, a little messy today. Here we go.
Yeah, and then you could have us say the option to use a multi-authentication process, just so it's kind of consistent with the second sentence. Yeah, that looks good.
How are we feeling, commissioners? Good? Okay, we can take that then down. And commissioners, do you have any other questions on the account management and establishment regulation discussion that you just walked us through with a single suggested amendment? And then with on our checklist to follow up on the other issue. We feel good about it? Enough so we could make a motion? I'll take a motion. Don't make me move. Nobody wants to move on this one?
I do, but I'm getting myself, making sure I have 205 CMR 248, correct? Make sure I have everything down.
So yeah, so 248. Yep. And then it would just be that single amendment that we discussed on the dual authentication, that it's an option.
There's also the 248.19 amendment from the treasurer.
Oh, there is that. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Must be getting hungry. So there's a 2, and thank you to Todd for being in communication with the Treasury and coordinating that. Yes. I said, don't make me move because I wouldn't want to do what you're having to do right now.
Happy to
Commissioner
move.
Maynard?
I move that the commission approve the small business impact statement in the draft 205 CMR 248 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here and as amended here today and discussed by Carrie. I further move that staff be authorized to take steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth by emergency and thereafter. Begin the regulation promulgation process. I further move that the staff shall be authorized to modify chapter or section numbers or titles to file additional regulation sections as reserved or to make any other administrative changes as necessary to execute the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion on that, Greg? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner, you've moved on me.
Aye.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So that's excellent. Thank you, Amina, for walking us through that and for the good discussion. And thank you again to GLI. Your expertise is really so helpful. Okay. Where are we now, Mina?
Madam Chair, I just want a clarification. The next one up would be starting on page 60. This is the discipline of sports wagering operators. I wasn't sure if I know that because Director Lilios is not here, you were potentially hoping to save that for a later time. I'm happy to describe it. To at least give folks a chance to think about it, and then we can discuss it at a later time, or to just leave it altogether.
I'm going to recommend that we table it. I think there's some memoranda that could be developed in advance of the discussion that might be really helpful and make us a little bit more efficient. And without Loretta, it might make us really inefficient. So if we could table the whole discussion, that would be great. So this was also this reg, even though it was preserved for a vote, really was tied into what was number 4, the discussion. Am I right? Yeah.
I just have to remind myself what
The
number.
discussion on preliminary discussion on marketing billets and registrations and vendor discipline.
Somewhat, it certainly affects that issue, but it's a broader discussion on enforcement under 23N. Altogether, but yes, certainly.
Yeah, I think to your point, without Loretta here, I don't think it makes sense to dive into it without her being here.
No, but she was very helpful to outline so many things that we'd have to talk about, which made me realize we particularly needed her to talk about them. So thank you. I think on that. So that would then mean, Nina, your presentation and legal's presentation right now has concluded, or is there another outstanding matter that I've missed, Carrie?
I believe we are all, well, I'm all set, but I see Todd and Carrie nodding, so I think that means they're all set.
Yep, all set from legal. Thank you, Nina.
Commissioners, it's 10 of 2. I know that probably everybody's starving, but we're getting close to the conclusion of the agenda. We have Mark piece and then Karen's update. With that said, should we plow through, or do you want to take a short break, or do you want to take a good lunch break? I'm all ears and amenable to anything that you want.
I would defer to the two who are undisclosed locations right now, because whatever they want to do, I'm willing to do.
I am too.
Today, I am not at an undisclosed location. Thank you for thinking of me.
I think we're thinking of the other two, actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
This time we're thinking of the other two.
But I do think of you too, Brad. But
on that note, whatever they want, I'll do as well.
Thank you.
I'm happy
Excellent.
to move forward. I'm happy to move forward. I've already ditched the blouse for a tank top. So I think if we can get through these next couple of sections fairly quickly, I'm comfortable with that.
I'm
Thank
fine.
you.
I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
then
And I'm very
happy.
jealous of the weather that
Yeah,
Commissioner
yeah.
Sarah has.
yeah. That's especially as I curl up in my cardigan more. All right. So we have Director Vanderlyn, and we'll go right into this. Section 5, agenda item, excuse me, number 5, and there's Dr. Andrews. Good to see you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Judstein and Commissioners. And you're absolutely right. We're adding layers rather than taking them off at this point. I'm here with Dr. Bonnie Andrews, and we're here to talk with you about the sports wagering studies that have been mandated by the 2022 Act to Regulate Sports Wagering and MGL Chapter 23K. So if you recall, earlier this month on December 9th, we brought to you research plans that we feel would meet that statutory requirement that are outlined in those two pieces. The first was MGL 23 and Section 20, which is a research study examining the feasibility of allowing retail locations in the Commonwealth to operate sports wagering kiosks. The second is Section 25, a research study on the participation by minority business enterprises, women business enterprises, and veteran business enterprises in the sports wagering industry in the Commonwealth. Your feedback was very helpful on December 9th. Bonnie and I have carefully reviewed the video of that meeting, as well as taken notes. And we've made a number of edits to those two research plans that are both they're outlined in the memo that we have for you. We also gave you a red line version of the two research plans, as well as clean versions. We are happy to proceed by walking through with you the sort of the specific changes that we made, or if you would rather just have a more free-flowing conversation, we can go any direction you would like.
Commissioners, does it make sense for him to go through the changes at this juncture rather than free-flowing? And and Dr. Andrews as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's
All
do
right.
that.
Great. And Bonnie, feel free to chime in where you feel like I'm missing a point here, but I'll go ahead and take the lead on this. So I'm just going to kind of walk through the changes that are outlined as we have them outlined in the attached memo. So the first, we're going to deal with the Section 20 research plan for the feasibility of allowing retail kiosks. Commissioner Hill, you made a couple of points here about making sure that we are including veterans facility organizations among the retail locations access that are mentioned in this document. And so as a result, we added within the methodology amongst the types of entities that we would consult, that we added applicable business organizations, including veterans organizations and fraternal organizations. We also added on various types of retail locations to make sure that we added veterans and fraternal organizations. Commissioner Hill, you also had a question, will the researchers be consulting with restaurateurs and people of these organizations? As I recall, even before we released this, you had mentioned this to me. So we went through and we made sure that we included that within the methodology section about who should be consulted. Commissioner O'Brien, you mentioned impact on the lottery. And so we went back and we added that the successful applicant should consider multiple sources of information, and added within that list economic data from MGC licensees and other economic reports and data. This was actually Commissioner O'Brien, one that as I was kind of reviewing this and thinking about it, I wanted to make sure that we captured this correctly. So that's, and Commissioner Hill too, or anybody, please stop us along the way if you feel like we didn't quite get this right. We're very much invested in making sure that we have your points addressed in this document. Okay. So I will continue on. Commissioner O'Brien and Chair Judstein, you asked that we obtain input from the IEB in terms of ability to oversee the integrity of these kiosks, a very good point. And so we made sure that we added the MGC IEB included in the methodology section of who we would be consulting here. Commissioner O'Brien, you mentioned specific public safety related concerns about the use of cash within these retail locations. So we added a specific piece about the anticipated security, safety, and potential crime-related impacts of sports wagering kiosks at retail locations. So that was added as a question within the document.
Okay. And the only thing I would say is not just sort of within the four walls of the building, but if people are marked and followed, if people know that they do it a lot, maybe, I don't know, and they're going to be carrying cash, almost the reverse of somebody winning and then walking out of the casino with a lot of money. If people know that somebody likes to bet a lot and they go in with cash. So when you're looking at that, just make sure that that's sort of the breadth of the query.
Okay. We can take a look at that. I'm just looking at the memo right now, but we can certainly make sure that it includes both within the retail location as well as
like
patrons.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Chair Judstein, you were interested in the IAB for guidance related to the integrity, security, and surveillance. And so we added a couple pieces here under methodology. We made sure that we made sure that the IEB was included in that, as well as a specific question where we asked what are the associated costs with regulation, monitoring, investigation, and enforcement related to sports wagering kiosks for the MGC Investigation and Enforcement Bureau, but we also were curious about this for other agencies within the Commonwealth who may be involved.
Excellent, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Skinner, you had a question about kind of extending on the question about responsible gaming measures. How would it affect individuals who are on the voluntary self-exclusion list? And I recall feeling like, how did we miss that piece? So it was a very good point. And so we added under a question about what measures should be considered to restrict access to kiosks for persons on the voluntary self-exclusion list. And finally, for this piece, Commissioner Maynard, you noted that wouldn't really change any draft, but was wondering how broad is a retail location such as gas stations. So we moved forward with defining retail locations and breadth of what we would include, but also noted that the legislation didn't specifically define what a retail location would include. So that is the extent of the changes that we made to the research plan for section 20.
And I would
more than happy. Yes, Bonnie.
Oh, I apologize. I would add that for the last point, we didn't make any changes in the draft to further define retail locations beyond the examples that we already gave and the edits that are noted in the memo.
Thank you.
So Chair Judstein, before we move on to section 25, may I ask for any feedback that commissioners have?
Commissioners, do you have any additional requests or any clarifications?
No requests except to say thank you. Obviously, you listened very hard to what we had to say, and we're appreciative that you incorporated and adopted the concerns that we had. And I say thank you for that.
You're very welcome, Commissioner.
And I think that you're looking for a vote on this particular study so that it can move forward to Commissioner Hill's former colleagues.
Yes, for both of them, since there is a deadline of December 31st for delivery to the Joint Committee on Economic Development and Emerging Technologies.
So why don't we turn first to this study if we're giving a green light to Mark and team.
I'm ready to give it a green light and make a motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would move that the Commission approve the research plan for a prospective study of the feasibility and impact of sports wagering kiosks in retail locations as included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any further discussion? Excellent work, and thank you. I'm glad that our discussion was fruitful for you. Excellent. All right. Any other?
It really was. And Bonnie and I were talking about this. That just it's really helpful to get your impressions and feedback on it. Always. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So next we'll turn to section 20.
Just one
We
second.
just have to go through the roll call, Barb.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Commissioner O'Brien?
I think you know how it's going to go, but
But I did say okay in a way that suggested a okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. 5-0. Okay. Director.
You'd think I would have this down by now. I clearly do not.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we'll continue on the next one.
Okay, so next is the Section 25 study, and we have for you a research plan for the study of the participation by minority, women, and veteran-owned business enterprises in the sports wagering industry in Massachusetts. There were just a couple, I think, key points that we pulled from this. First was that there was a comment about making sure that we coordinate with Crystal Oshman and gathering information concerning diversity, equity, and inclusion in the sports wagering industry, and especially kind of leaning on Crystal's expertise in this specific area, which we certainly intend to do for this study moving forward as we begin to scope it out and release an RFR for it. The second, and this was an interesting point. We were drawing specifically from Section 20, exact language from Section 25, but there were a few pieces in here that within that, the legislation where it mentioned diversity, racial and gender diversity, but it didn't necessarily mention diversity in terms of veteran status or women-owned business enterprises. And so we went through and we just cleaned that up to make sure that we included within their veteran-owned businesses and women-owned businesses throughout the document. Bonnie, did I capture that correct? I'm sorry.
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right, great.
Anything further on that?
Not for me. Bonnie, was there anything that I missed in that?
No.
Okay. So commissioners, any questions for either Bonnie or Mark? All right. Excellent job. And again, thank you for being great listeners to our concerns. Do I have a motion on this study?
Madam Chair, I would move that the Commission approve the research plan for a study of the participation by minority women and veteran business enterprises in the sports wagering industry in Massachusetts, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any further discussion, edits? Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. So just some business. I suspect that that's going to go. Those will go in packets to the legislature and the correct individuals at the legislature, and it probably will require some kind of a cover letter with perhaps you want the commissioner's signatures included by our vote today. Are we authorizing the use of our electronic signatures? Is that, unless it goes under, okay, great. If that's what you choose to do, Mark, you've got full authorization from us to include our electronic authorizations. I didn't want you to have to seek out another commission.
That sounds fantastic. And I'll make sure to coordinate with General Counsel Grossman and Executive Director Wells to make sure that we're submitting that correctly.
Yeah, however you submit it. And then, and of course, Crystal can be helpful as well as Trudy. So thank you so much. Great work. We've met that deadline and congratulations. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're turning to Executive Director Wells. Item number 6 in your sports wagering update, please.
Yes, so I'll be brief. Because the commission passed 247 and 248 today, I do have an update. That does enable the team and GLI to go forward with the verification of the sports wagering kiosks at the Category 1 facilities. So we have scheduled that testing to begin on January 16th. This gives them some time to get their hardware, software, everything together to GLI, coordinate, and then do on-site testing on the 16th. So thank you for doing that. That does impact the schedule. If you'd like me to discuss that, we can discuss some dates, but that was the update I had for you for that. And I'm prepared to discuss a little more on how that impacts the schedule if you would like.
I'm interested in that.
Okay.
She's anxious for that. That's good.
Absolutely. So the way we're looking at it, and many thanks to Crystal Boscheman for the help on coordinating all the puzzle pieces. Got a lot of puzzle pieces going on here because there's a lot of things happening simultaneously. But what I would suggest for the scheduling, if we have the testing done on the 16th and afterwards, the hope and expectation is that if the kiosks and all the software IT components are all working properly, and that's significant that it has to be dependent on that. GLI, their whole business is based on integrity, so they cannot pass over any kind of issue with respect to the equipment. And I see Joe's raising his hand. Did you have a comment before?
Yes, Joe.
I do. I just want to be clear that since 247 and 248 are now passed, and I could go read that statement I read 14 times in a row in the last 2 weeks, the labs can now take the software in for laboratory testing, and the events post the 16th will be verification of that software's deployment onto the hardware in the locations for Cat 1 sports betting, so that the operators just don't freak out that if they're listening.
That is a much better explanation.
Verification.
Thank you, Joe.
So
the only clarification I'd want legal to do is even the approvals today, though, it actually doesn't go into effect till they file them with the Secretary of State. I don't think it affects your timeline at all, but I don't think they're going to be filed until next week, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Carrie is actually on her way to file them today.
Oh, she is? Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
And can I just point of clarification? We're speaking about kiosks. Is this also, forgive me, verification of the point of sale, where the tellers are for those who do in person with a customer service individual.
Yes.
That's right. Yes, yes. So it's really the retail operation.
Thank
the
you.
verification.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for the help on that, Joe. So speaking with the team and GLI, if that's done starting the 16th, if there is an affirmative determination by GLI that everything is in order, then the expectations, we would potentially come back before the commission on the 27th of January, because we still need to have that certificate of operations voted on by the commission. So that would involve the GLI certification and making sure everything is in order before launch. And then that gives a couple of days for the operators. We're proposing they do a soft launch on the 30th, and that includes just basically having real life testing with parties. You may remember this from the casino launches, where they would have staff and invited guests only be allowed to bet. In the past, they've had that the proceeds from that donated to charity. You can work out how you would like to handle that. You don't need to decide that today. And that would allow for a launch on the 31st, Madam Chair.
But Karen, that does involve the commissioners, and
Correct.
we engaged in we did a little.
Yes, we did. We had a.
Want to go through that?
Yes. So the commission, there was with the casinos, and we'd expect in the same thing with the retail launch of sports wagering, because the commission gives the certificate of operations on the 27th. Historically, they've assigned a commissioner to go to the property when they're doing the soft launch or the test night, or however they want to use, whatever terminology they want to use for that. And then that commissioner would make sure everything was in order and sign off for the launch the next day. So we did go through, we pulled names from a cup. Crystal and Kathy and I did that. Did you want to reveal the assignments, Kathy, or how do you want to handle that?
So the process was as I had promised. It wasn't out of a hat, so not complete promise, but out of a cup that had a lid that got shook up, and then names were drawn from that cup, with Crystal and Karen participating. And Karen has a record of which commissioners would be assigned to the testing of the three facilities, and Commissioner O'Brien took herself out of
Verification.
Oh my gosh. And you know what? I just circled verification of the verification. Thank you, Joe. So Karen, why don't you reveal what the results were?
So the results, Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. There might be an opportunity for Commissioner O'Brien to put her hat back in, because I'm not available on the 30th, and I communicated that to a couple of you already.
Well, the 30th is the soft launch day, and I can't say that was probably that was on the schedule. So
yeah, this is the first I'm hearing about the soft launch date being.
Well, this is the first this is why Executive Director Wells is addressing it to everyone.
Yeah, no, but it's already been decided clearly, because you drew names out of a hat. So I'm just not available. So Commissioner O'Brien, hopefully
okay.
will be available.
I'm happy to step in if I'm needed. I did it because I've done an opening already.
Yeah,
so I want everybody to have a chance to do it, but I'm happy to do it if it's necessary.
Yeah, and I regret not having that opportunity. I did communicate with you, Karen, in particular, not to put you on the spot, but I did communicate that I was not available.
Okay, so Karen, why don't you say, where would Commissioner Maynard go?
Commissioner Maynard at Planners Park Casino.
Where would Commissioner Hill go?
MGM.
I'll go wherever you want me to go.
No, we pulled the hat. We pulled your name out of the hat. This was decided. No debate. It was so that was fair and square. And then Commissioner Skinner was assigned to Encore Boston Harbor. Commissioner O'Brien, you had expressed that you wouldn't be able to do it. I know Commissioner Skinner had expressed a desire. It appears that she's not available. Commissioner O'Brien, you're available to do it?
I'm fine to cover for Commissioner Skinner. That's fine.
Excellent. So that would be the testing on the 30th, and that's the soft launch date for retail. And then
Madam Chair, I have to ask this
Commissioner
question.
Skinner, I have one more thing. If you just would let
Sure.
me finish, but I thought it might help you out.
Okay.
And then we thought, because it is a momentous occasion to launch the retail. If everything goes right with the verification process and each commissioner that's assigned to that facility reports back, we thought that there would be an opportunity for the commissioners, all of us, a subset of us, to go in some organized fashion to each facility to say hello. It would not be necessarily when they turn the switch on, but at some point to acknowledge their hard work and a continued, of course, collaboration and if this all works to plan. And so that would be another opportunity to see how things look. And so Commissioner Skinner, I don't know what day that is. What day you're thinking of that. Secretary Director Wells, I think you were going to maybe work with Mills on that, or would that would be the soft launch? Would it be the next day? What would be
the launch the 31st?
The launch the 31st. Commissioner Skinner, are you available on the 31st?
So what I want to make a request. If there's any flexibility in this launch schedule, the soft launch, is there any reason why we couldn't do this, the verification on the 31st with the February 1st launch? Because again, I did communicate again with a couple of folks that I was not available on Monday, the 30th. And so I, would have at least liked to have a discussion in advance of this public discussion.
Commissioner Skinner, I'm out of ideas.
If someone could answer my question, is there any flexibility in postponing the verification for a day and therefore the soft launch for a day? What's the objection to that? How does that impact the schedule?
Commissioner Skinner, I think the only objection I've raised is that we have a team that is working very hard to put all the pieces in place.
Yes, I'm part of that team, Madam Chair. I'm part of that team.
You are. I guess I'm segregating commissioners out from that, if you'll allow me for just a moment. And so I can tell you that I don't know if I'll even be available on any of those days. I know that you have this, you're saying that I'm not even sure what your schedule is, and I'm sorry. I didn't know about the 30th. This was presented as a plan, and it is coming up. And I think there was logic attached. I think,
Madam Chair, you were also on the email where I communicated this. You were also on that email.
You know what, Commissioner Skinner, I apologize if I didn't keep track of it. I can only just say I did not keep track of it. And honestly, I can say too is that every commissioner has varying different schedules. I can say that. So what I'm hearing is that you would like us to postpone business in light of your schedule. And I am reluctant to just go ahead and say, sure, even though I would love to. I am trying to take into consideration all of the interests and issues involved in all of these processes. And that's not to be unfair to any particular commissioner. It is to try to keep our business of the commission and the state as a state agency going. So
that is my request, and it's a day.
Okay, commissioners, Commissioner O'Brien, I'm going to go in order.
Whatever the majority wants to do. I have not been intimately involved. I would love to be able to honor the request if it's possible, but I also realize there's whether there was fault or not, the reality is people are queued up. I just don't know the back logistics of it. Whether the executive director knows or not, I would defer to the team.
Commissioner Skinner, I can tell you that if I think back at the calendar last night, there certainly was consideration for your schedule, and somehow maybe the 30th was omitted, but there were other dates that were on there. So people are really trying to be hold everyone's schedule in consideration. Commissioner, so I don't want anyone to think anyone's dismissing anything. Commissioner Hill.
I would like to stick with the schedule that we put into place, Madam Chair. I've put my schedule together as well, and unfortunately, I can't even make a day change, and I apologize to my fellow commissioners on that. There was a schedule put out, and I tried to work around what was put out the best I can. So at this point, if we can keep to the schedule that's been put into place, I would be appreciative of that.
And I respect that, but had there been a schedule that was brought before this commission to talk about, then I would understand that, but there wasn't. This was a termination that was made prior to today, but presented today for the very first time to the commissioners.
Executive Director Wells, can you help me out here? How are you managing the schedule, and who are you working with?
Yeah, this working with the chair and Crystal with the, I think the impetus for the date was also we had put out publicly that we were looking to launch by the end of December. So the end of January. So that's where this comes from, is that there had been a public expectation by the end of January, and we are all working so hard, but we need those extra days. So I don't think we can do it any earlier. So that would bump it into the next month. That was the reason. It's one day.
Commissioner Maynard?
I have a question, and Karen, please don't strangle me. Is there a way we could move it back? Is there a way we can move it back to accommodate Commissioner Skinner's schedule, but not disrupt anything?
I think that we had recalled Commissioner Skinner being on vacation before that anyway, so that was part of the reason. But also, GLI and the team need time, and you have to do the certificate of operations. So if the certificate of operations in 27th, I don't think Commissioner Skinner's available that weekend as well. Is that right, Matt?
Correct.
Right. That's the problem.
I am asking for the 31st and the 1st, as opposed to the 30th and the 31st.
I am going to say that I think that we've been making it clear by public that we would have it done by the end of January. And Commissioner Skinner, to the extent that this means that you would still be able to, well, I guess it sounds like you're not available the 30th to 31st. When
I am available on the 31st.
You are, then you could do you could go to each facility. You just would not be involved in the individual testing.
But I would like to be involved in the individual testing.
And you know what? I understand. I feel that we've made a commitment to a deadline, and the end of January is the end of January, and it's not February 1st.
So it seems like you have consensus, so you can move forward.
I'm struggling here because I am so trying to be accommodating, Commissioner Skinner, and
it just would have been nice if someone had reached out to me before this public meeting. If that my schedule was not going to be able to be accommodated, at least one out of the 3 individuals who I communicated with could and should have reached out to me before now.
I'd have to say I probably lost track of the 30th you weren't available. I can personally I'm fully accountable for not going back into my emails to see that was one of the days that you weren't available.
Well,
Right.
clearly, at least Karen, and Karen, I'm sorry, I have to say this, but clearly you at least knew what my availability was for that entire weekend. You just stated it.
No, I just
So-
looked at the calendar now. I had thought it was the 25th and the 26th that were at issue. I just didn't recall.
Again, Madam Chair, you have the consensus. So the 30th and 31st are the dates.
I think I should just clarify, it's probably not a consensus. I think it's more and I have to say, when did the calendar come out? After our meeting ended yesterday. Is that right? No, we didn't have a meeting yesterday. We had our event yesterday for the team, for the commissioners who were there. Then around 3 o'clock from 5 o'clock, Executive Director Wells came in and went through a calendar with me. I have not had any discussion with any commissioner on this. What she proposed and Crystal proposed was all in concert with the entire team to work out the verification process for the soft launch by the end of January. And I have really, I think we gave the discretion to Executive Director Wells when we did establish our timeline to come up with what would work best for the soft launch and the verification process, which we include a commissioner in. We could delegate it to a member of the team, but it is nice that the commissioners can be involved. Just so for history, I understand the first time there was one casino and one commissioner went, it wasn't clear who was going to go the next 2 times or whatever. So the process, because the casinos weren't built. In this case, I did want each of you to have the opportunity. And I remember Commissioner O'Brien, ceding her spot because she had had the experience before. So it was fully our intention, and the intention to include you was clear. I didn't pull your name out of the cup. I think Karen did or whatever. So it was unintentional that this was a day that you were not available. It was intentional to include you. But what was really intentional was the calendar, as I saw, laying out every single date, what needed to be accomplished in order to get to that soft launch date.
Part of the problem.
What you're now
Madam Chair,
asking
you're
is
the
for
only
everybody.
one
What you're
who's
asking now,
seeing it.
Commissioner Skinner, is for the state. The
You're
state
the only
agency.
one that's seeing the calendar, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so you know why? Because that's kind of part of my job in chairing. And so I spent a couple of hours going over the calendar yes. And now today we're discussing it, and I just asked Executive Director Wells to do it. But yes, they were quite appropriate to come to me at the end of the workday. They stayed late. They were quite appropriate to come to me so that they could start working on the agenda for going forward, and then in fact to go over today's discussion. So Commissioner Skinner, it was not because I'm holding anything back. It's because it was appropriate for them to come to me. And I think that process will continue into the future. So I think what we have is we've got a situation where I am sad that it's a disappointment for you, Commissioner Skinner, but I do think in this instance, there'll still be an opportunity for you to visit the facilities, see what's going on, and rely on Commissioner O'Brien's testing in good faith. Executive Director Wells, so the process for verification would be on the Friday before.
Well, no, the Friday, the 27th would be the certificate of operations.
And
now,
that will be a public meeting that we need to be at?
Right.
Is everybody available for that? I am not hearing any objections. That's
I am not available, Madam Chair, from January 25th through January 30th. I have had long-standing plans on my calendar for at least a year now relative to that time frame. I cannot move my commitment, which is why I communicated my unavailability.
Commissioner Skinner, I did understand 25th and 26th. I did not understand it, that it went for that many days. I'm sorry, Commissioner Skinner, I am going to have to abide by what I understand is best practice of any organization, and that's private, in my experience, on any private organization or public organization. Where there's a quorum, we will have to continue our work.
Madam Chair, I've already said you have consensus to move on the 30th and 31st. We're spending way too much time on this topic at this point.
No, but I want to just point out that I'm hearing that also on the public meeting on that Friday. I'm now hearing that you're not available for that, but we will continue our work on the certification.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. And if you want to, for all the details, I know that the Crystal and Trudy will be filling in all of the details of January for the scheduling. And that was probably why they went through it with me. Did I make any changes to the calendar, Karen, based on any individual commissioner's requests or needs? No. It was all a factor of the work that was needing to get done. Okay, commissioners, do we have, or Karen, do you want to go through anything else?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Commissioner update. I see something about the litigation and reporting, and I'm not sure if that was something that was particular from a particular commissioner. If not, then I will table that discussion for another time. Okay, because I don't think we're prepared to discuss that. All right, with that said, is there any other business, commissioners?
The only thing I'd like to say, and I know we all think this, and I'm sure everyone's going to say it, so I'm just jumping in to say it first, which is to thank staff, because I know however tiring it was, particularly this week when the long meeting, et cetera, that, staff is right there with us and keeping up and keeping the law and hours and all of the work that's done. And so I just hope everybody gets to have a restful holiday as best as possible with their families this week. And I just want to thank everybody for the time that they've been putting in.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill. Do you want to say?
I just want to wish everybody a very happy holiday and share my thanks with the staff as well. I got to do that a little bit yesterday on a personal level, but publicly, you are the best and you're doing a great job getting us through all of this. And believe me, it's not easy. So on behalf of me, I want to say thank you to all of you and happy holidays to each and every one of you.
Commissioner Skinner.
I agree with what's already been said. I want to also add my thanks to the staff. Truly Herculean efforts have been shown over the course of this implementation. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard.
I agree. And I think that, this is an A++ organization full of great people who every day from the day I started in August till now have made sure that I have the information that I need. And it's appreciated. Happy holidays, however you celebrate it. And I hope that it's a restful time.
Commissioners, thank you for all of your work and all of your dedication. As I've said, frequently in our public meetings, this has been an enormous effort. We are supported by a team of excellence, and we're supported by a team who has shown just great professional commitment. And I personally have relied on every single member of this team's expertise and input in this public setting. We look to you for guidance, and I am so thankful for the outside consultants who have been with us along the way. That includes, of course, A&K, and includes GLI and RSM, who've been very, very helpful. And they have too shown a great deal of resilience and nimbleness. But to our team, you've been extraordinary. I hope that you get some rest, but I know also that there's continuing work. Enjoy the time with your families. I can, as a mother and now a grandmother, I know I'm going to have that benefit of having everybody here, but I also can say that I've had the benefit of adult children who have checked in frequently with me to say, you know, what's your schedule, Mom? How can we make it easier for you? And for that, I'm grateful to my family and all of our families who are showing that resilience and that support. We're doing work that came to us. It came to us by legislation, and I am so proud of the commitment of this agency to stand up the law as they expected us to do and knew that we would be able to do it well. So let's continue on that effort. And I can also say that for those who have younger children, I can only hope that your children, when they're my kids' age, will say, you know, we understood what you did and contributions you made, and we're proud of you for that. So, you know, for those of you with the little ones, I give them another 20 years, and I hope that they acknowledge that, because I am the beneficiary of that now. So everyone enjoy the rest of the holiday period for so many of you and us, and for those who are going to be celebrating in a short few days. Be mindful of the weather. Be careful, because I think it's going to be kind of a complex day tomorrow. And for those of you who we will be seeing next week, perhaps for a short public meeting, thank you. And otherwise, Happy New Year. And may 2023 be filled with lots of good laughter, good joy, and peace and good health. All right, with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, Jinx. Second.
Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. Happy holidays, everyone. We're